T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning to you guys. Oh man, the title for the day today, you guys keyed in on that one real quick. I don't think I've ever seen you guys pounce on it so fast. GDP announcement is today, guys. What is a recession? A little punch back there, a little bit of Clinton back in the day. For those of you who lived through that era, you know when he went through the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, he was being disposed. That's what I call it. He was being disposed, and they asked him. They asked him. I don't remember what the question was, but he asked him to define what is means. how, how do you define is? What is, and then a recession. And Einstein already put in here early this morning. He says, "This isn't a recession. This is a pre-recession." this call it what you want. It's down. I've got a page pulled up here. I'm pulling from the bureau.gov data GDP gross domestic product. I'll just go ahead and post this in case you guys want to have access to it yourself. I'll post it up and link it to the top since it is the item for the day. Hopefully I will. Let's see here. So this is where I'll be getting my information from. We'll probably be able to hear through the news first before it actually releases, because the news, somehow they always manage to get the information before it's actually released to the public, which is, not really cool, but whatever. So we'll probably see some weird things happening perhaps today. I'm not sure what time the announcement's going to be at. Maybe somebody else in here might know what that is, but I'll be watching this for today. We've got Q1 was down 1.6%, so we'll just watch that and see. A lot of people say that 2 consecutive quarters with a downturn is when you consider it a recession. Ugh, almost didn't get that out. Too much breath. So this is maybe where they're expecting to see another downwards movement or decrease, and this is why they would be trying to redefine what a recession is. So maybe no longer 2-quarter back-to-back. CeeLo says 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Excellent. But definitely checking a lot during that time. Good morning to everybody that's here. Active, Tim, Casey's Broken Mug, Low Boy. You know what? Low Boy, last time you were on, last 2 times actually, and I put you in the back of the big tramp at the end of the day to close us out for the week. I really like that, man. I really love the way you boost us and the things you have to say. If you want to come back this Friday and in the back of the big tramp tomorrow and close us out for the week again, I would love to have you. No pressure. Don't feel like you got to do it. It's just if you feel like you want to or you have the free time or whatever. Yesterday we had an individual that came in, said, "Come check out my YouTube channel." It was Gardner Trading House. He's got 194 subscribers. I went over there. I haven't watched any of the videos yet. I just kind of looked at the titles. But a lot of Forex, Bitcoin, and Ethereum videos. So most of them doesn't look like a whole lot. I mean, doesn't have a whole lot of videos over there, but I thought it was kind of interesting. So I was kind of wondering what the angle was on that one. So I went and just looked. I haven't watched any of the videos yet. Let me see. How long are they? Some of them are real short. They're like a minute long. So I don't know what that was. It's probably just an advertisement, but I just thought I'd let you know what I saw with that. Let's see here. I had a particular article on Reddit that was shared with me. And maybe I can share with you guys. Hold on one second, let me find it. This is Casey's Broken Mug posted this to me and suggested this. Let me go ahead. I'm going to link it to you guys in here in case you want to read it. I'm going to read it out loud though, because I got about 4 more minutes here. First, I'm going to say good morning to the rest of you guys. AMC GME Moon Baby, good morning to you. Nosa, good morning. Benjamin, good morning. Manjit, good morning. Roadhouse, good morning. Low Boy, if I didn't say good morning to you. James, good morning. Arthur, Thick, good morning. Joe, good morning. Einstein, good to see you, man. Let's see. Jeff, good morning to you. Brandon, good morning. Yo, good morning. So many. Nana, Nene. Good morning. Super Tramp, good morning to all of you guys. It's good to see you here. Silos, thank you for the information there on the 8:30. Appreciate that. Micah, good morning to you. Rosalie, good morning. Arthur, good morning. Francis, good morning. Robert, good morning to you, sir. I love to win. Good to see you. Mo, good to see you. John, good morning to you. And Tater Tot, good morning. Good to see all of you here. I think I covered most everybody there. Let's see. Diane, good morning to you. Scavenger vids. No, I don't think I have. Francis says, have you watched any scavenger vids? He's young, but I like his enthusiasm and a lot of his viewpoints. I haven't seen him. Ernest, good morning to you. Nasir, good morning. Let me read this article that Casey's Broken Mug posted up over here. I'm just gonna push it right here to where I can read it to you guys. Words from an older ape who has been investing for over 25 years. This guy, I align with this guy quite well. I understand where he's coming from and read through this already, and I agree with most everything that's said here. I sit back and totally enjoy the wonderful creativity within this sub, and I've found that I've never laughed so much with investing in a stock. But I also observe how quickly some of you apes fall into the negative when the so-called catalyst did not occur. I am 58 years old and have lived many lives, and in one, and as we grow older, we become patient. Never expect things to happen overnight. Well, anything worth value. This is posted, by the way, by Budskis 8. I understand that many of you are not as old as I am. Therefore, you have your whole lives ahead of you to make mistakes and to learn, to take your time. What is exceptionally special about the apes is that we make up many generations, and the support is always there. Much like when I was young, humans, we seek out advice of the elders to help guide us along our path in life. If you find yourselves feeling let down or maybe having doubts about this play, then us old bastards are always here and never leaving until we get our pound of flesh from the filthy cockroaches. But we are prepared to wait until they bleed, literally. A couple of things I would offer up to this group is this. Enjoy your weekends and switch off. I tell you guys all the time. I tell you all the time. Turn off, guys. Enjoy your weekends. I cannot agree with this one more. Switch off. Go do something. Watch a movie. Spend time with your family. Walk a pet. Do something though, and refresh yourself. Recharge your batteries because you need to have those batteries. This is a psychological battle, guys. Every single day. Every single day we have to deal with something new, and every single catalyst that comes, quote unquote, catalyst that comes through, rolls by, and nothing happens is just one more thing that's going to be. Get yourself ready for the next day. Every single day and every single weekend, take that time to recharge. Number 2, enjoy the weekends and I said that one. Number 2, don't get all hung up on the daily chart. I can't agree more. I mean, I'm here streaming this, but don't get hung up on this stuff. There's no reason to get hung up on it. Now, he's not saying don't watch it. He's just saying don't get hung up on it. It's going to move. The price is absolutely going to move. Right now, we're tied really heavily to the SPY. And so when the market starts moving down, we're going to move down with it. And until we start seeing margin calls, we're going to do what the market does. Stay committed to the original reason why you entered this play in the first place. That's his third point. I've said this to you guys over and over and over. Know your 5 whys. Why are you here? What got you here in the first place? And then ask yourself 5 times why. Get to the root cause of why you are here. Understand it, because there will become a time to where you're going to have to know what that is, and you're going to have people to talk to about it. And it's important to know what it is, why you're in this, why you're convicted to what you're doing. Believe in the original DD that as that has not changed. This is so important, guys. This whole thing started in Wall Street Bets, in case you didn't know. Wall Street Bets is on Reddit. This is where that all started. Everything that is the whole reason you're here started on Wall Street Bets on Reddit. It was buy and hold. That's all it ever was. It was nothing more, nothing less. That was it. That was the game plan, and it worked. It didn't need anything else. Remember that. Nothing's changed. Respect all their apes as they're on the same roller coaster as you. I cannot stress that enough. We gotta respect. We got long institutions. We've got short hedge funds. We've got the SEC. We've got the feds. We've got the government in general. None of them are on our side. We have ourselves, and that's it to rely on. That's it. It's just you, me, everybody else that's a part of this play. Respect each other. I have so much respect and admiration for the younger generations in this battle. You reading this right now. You have shown me that the world is going to be okay when I pass it on to my children. You've shown the planet that you are prepared to stick it to the man without flinching. You are prepared to risk a lot to make change. We only have one planet, and it's time for those that wish to enslave the masses to be done with. They tried to change in 2008 with the Occupy movement, but they didn't have the tools we now have at our disposal. And many of those, like myself and my family, suffered in 2008, are here with you right now. They will write about us. They will write about you, amazing apes, in the history books. So be proud and hold your heads high. Remember, the only stupid question asked is the one never asked. So continue to seek out advice, ask questions, and believe we will win this fight. I think this is very well written. I think this comes from somebody who says that they've been in the marketplace for 25 years. And based on what I read here, I believe it. Because these sound like the words of a person who has been around the block. I just golded them. I don't know if they had any gold already. Let's see. I don't think they had any gold. Nope, they did. They already had 3 gold for that at least. I might be number 4. And if you guys have something to share with the community, if you have 2 weeks, Armando. Can't read right now without my glasses on. Missed the R. 2 weeks. That's what I always say, man. It is time to take a look at our numbers here. Let me just read through what you guys are saying. Ramsey says, so today's the day that we deny that we have been in a recession and just redefine it. Got it. Yes, sir. Future Whale says, Jeff says, as you get older, I'm almost 60, you get the same feeling as this guy. I agree. Enjoy your life. Weekends, switch it off. Otherwise, it'll eat you and you won't be able to focus on a daily basis. Future Whale says, a lot of things have changed. We're not just fighting the hedge funds and market makers and banks. We are also fighting the government now. Big difference. I didn't even include the banks in there. I forgot to include the banks in the list of people that are against us. The banks too. I love to win says, how much will the interest rate hike hurt the hedge funds? I think it'll hurt significantly. I just don't know, if you're trying to put like some kind of timeline into regards to the amount of pain that it's going to hurt. Every time the rates go up, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt as much as 75 basis points hurts. That's 0.75%. You tell me how much it hurts you seeing it go up, because that's probably how much it hurts them, only compounded. Hey, thanks, Darren. I I'm not the smartest man in the world, but I know what a squeeze is. Yo says, Casey, without saying names or pointing fingers, how do you feel about all the people turning to swing day scalp AMC? I'll tell you. So I've said this in the past, and it's kind of one of those serious topics. Um, it's your money, and you can choose to do what you want to do with your money. There's a lot of things that people don't understand. What is involved in swing trading stocks. And what I would encourage you to go do is if you're thinking about doing something like that. Actually, let me start a little bit further back here. First off, I will say this: there's always going to be that group of swing traders who pop in and pop out on AMC no matter what. Period. End of story. There will always be those traders. They're not a part of our group. They're not, but they will always be there. And they also help provide the FOMO that causes some of these big, huge price jumps. And it's important to have those people. I like to kind of think of them as like the Navy SEAL teams that go in and do the first strikes, attacking like the key strong points. But guess what? They're also the first ones that die on the battlefield, because who's going to exit their positions first? It'll be those guys. It'll be those guys, and they'll be trying to scalp or make money off of their positions. And I'm telling you this right now, they will be the first to die on the battlefield, and they will be left behind. There's no survivors. When this rocket takes off, it's over for them, and we'll leave them behind. They will be left behind. I promise you. So what they're basically doing is they're trying to get their money now, and they think that they're going to be able to collect on the back half as well, but they're wrong. But you don't have to take my word for it. But I've done a lot of investigating because I wanted to know if I could swing trade this. There is a way to swing trade. There is. There absolutely is. But you're going to get left behind. It moves too quick. Yeah, I understand, Buck. But I know that there's a lot of people that plan on holding for big money, though. That there will be that group of people who paper hand early. It's going to happen. Undoubtedly it will happen. Ernest says, new to the group, retired 68-year-old, late to the game, bought first share of AMC on 6/2/2021. In the red since 6/3, buying the dips on the lit whenever I can, not leaving until we rip. Ernst, I'm not with you. I got in January of last year, but I bought high, right? I think I first started getting in at like $14 a share, when the price went up to like 20, and then it came back down and went all the way down to about $5. And I did the same thing as you, as I started averaging down. At one point, I had my average down to $9 a share. But then when price started going up, I started averaging up. so, so you may get to that point at some time where you might start averaging up as well. I don't know. Uh, but it is, welcome to the group, man. I'm here for you. Uh, offer. GDP I've heard is coming out at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I haven't verified that, but I'm going to be checking it. Trent says 1 hour, and I think that might be correct. Thanks, Darren. I think Pantheon's a good guy. Yeah, but I don't think that's a huge portion of people, So there's a couple things that this is the second portion of what it is I was going to say about the whole swing scalping. Uh, Taxes. Look into taxes on that. Look up and see what a wash sale is. You really, really need to know what a wash sale is if you're going to be swing trading. The other part to that is that if you're going to successfully do it, the only way to do that is through a cash account or through a margin account. You can't do it through unless you've got like unless you're Mr. Money Banks, and I'm talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars here. If you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars that you're going to be investing in swing trading, then you could do it through a cash account, which would be, but it would be very, very difficult and time consuming. But you could also do it through a margin account. But the problem is that I've said this before. You watch those margin accounts; they're going to get obliterated. I promise. I promise margin counts are going to get obliterated when this starts going down. Just absolutely obliterated. And that's why I said this is why rule number 3 is only use a good broker who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin account. I'm telling you right now, guys, those margin accounts are going to get obliterated when this goes down. And people who are in margin accounts are going to be just absolutely upset. Super upset. Because what's happening right here is something that nobody's ever seen before, right? Everybody who's in margin accounts right now and who've been in margin accounts will have never seen what's going to happen. And our brokers are going to start closing margin accounts. They're going to have to. They won't have the collateral needed to keep those margin accounts open. And so they'll force close margin accounts. I think it's coming. I truly and honestly believe that forced closing of margin accounts will occur. And those people will be crying so bad when they're forced out to a closed position. Anthony, I don't think about that. I come from a different era of trading where uh, the only people who trade call options, put options, or options at all in general are people who have like massive amounts of money and are extremely experienced, like many, many, many years of trading in the market. Even I don't feel comfortable enough to trade options. So I do not kick myself in the butt for that at all. I view options as that room that you look at when you're in Vegas and you walk by and you just look at the people who are in there and you know that they're filthy rich. Those people don't come in here and talk to us. They're not in here. They're not the same as us. Options players are not people who, and this is only because of the era that I come from in trading. But the people who are trading options are the people who they're well above us in experience. So I don't kick myself in the butt at all. You can't live your life like that in the market, looking like I could have made money over here. If you live your life like that in this market, you're going to be a loser. You cannot look at things like that. All right, it's time to go over the numbers, guys. It's actually past time. It's going to happen, yo. It will happen. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I'm not worried about it though. The fraction of people who do that are not going to impact what's going on here. I don't think so. And anybody who does it will learn very quickly why that it's not going to work for them. Hopefully they learn before it's too late, but they will learn. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there, Anthony, but I'm not interested. It's not for me. All right, the glasses are clean, guys. It's time to take a look at these numbers. Fred says, Casey, is there any warning for opinion option account? No, wait, opinion accounts without margin. Opinion accounts? I've never. I'm not sure what an opinion account is. I'd have to look that one up. Option. Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I actually said option, then I realized you put opinion. Is there any warning for option accounts without margin? Um, only. Probably not. You're probably okay. I say probably. If you believe like I do that this is a once in a lifetime play or once in a lifetime opportunity, and you know the idea of a probably answer should scare the crap out of you. It would scare the crap out of me, but I think you might be okay. I mean, it's kind of I don't know for a fact. This is obviously something I'm talking about that nobody has ever seen. Nobody's ever seen margin accounts across the board just getting wiped out. None of us. There's not a single person you're going to find who can talk about this with authority because it's never happened. It's never happened before. Well, it kind of did happen last year. It kind of happened. That's why I say it's going to happen. It happened with a couple different brokerages, but yeah, it's probably going to be more systemic across the board. Alrighty, guys, let me go ahead and take a look at these numbers here. Yeah, Sammy Boy says AMC is an unprecedented play. Yeah, there are things that are speculative here. There's a lot of things that are speculative because there's things that are going to happen that we've never seen I mean, we've never seen the buy button getting taken away. Nobody's ever seen the buy button being taken away until last year. That's unprecedented. There is going to be more unprecedented things that occur. I promise you. I promise you that there will be things that happen that you have never seen. There will be moaning, there will be wailing, but I'm just going to be calm and collected, and I'm going to deal with it as I have to. But I promise you, unprecedented things will happen. When you have unprecedented events, it requires unprecedented reactions. And I like to refer to it as a tsunami. When you see the water recede a quarter of a mile back into the ocean on dry land that you've never seen before on a beach, That's an unprecedented event. The reaction is the water coming back in violently, and it's called a tsunami. When you see an unprecedented event happen, start mitigating risk. Move away, get to higher ground, protect yourself, because something unprecedented is about to happen. Be careful. Alrighty, guys, let's take a look at the numbers here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. So if I haven't read what it is you guys have said, Lowboy says, Casey, my pleasure. I'd love to jump on tomorrow afternoon. Never any pressure. Love the show. My number one ever. All right, man. You pick the time. You let me know, and I'll open it up to you, the floor to you tomorrow. Your choice. Active, we're in the bang phase right now still, with volume decreasing and price staying relatively the same to 14.13. I have to say to you, Active, though, real quick, is that this bang has been wild. I've never seen any of the other bangs that we've had in the past have never deviated from 14.13 so much on the top and low end. But our volume, when it has deviated, our volume has started to go up and then immediately spikes back down and the price goes right back to the 14.13 range. So this is, I mean, the whole 14.13 or kind of teeter-tottering on either side of 14.13 has definitely been the case. But I do believe that we're still in the bang. Fred said you sold my no, man. I've had that tsunami analogy since the tsunamis back in I used to do this for my kids all the time. I used to tell my kids after the tsunamis, and I can't remember what year that was. 2010, 20, whatever year that was. I used to tell my kids, I said, when you ever see something like that, when you see an unprecedented event occur, don't sit there and stare at it. When you see a comment that comes flying over your head and it's something that, it's so close, you've never seen that before, cover your ears. you know, those guys, something big is going to happen. Like cover your ears, get to safety, like get away from glass windows. Like something big's going to happen. You haven't seen that before. I use that all the time, that tsunami. So I didn't get it from you, but it's a great analogy because it's relevant. But Fred, credit goes to you for realizing that it's a good analogy. All right, let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. Price prediction tally points. Our ending price yesterday was 14.48. I had 14 to 17. Eric had 13.40 to 16.40. Keto had 13.30 to 16.13, and Monty had 14.01 to 17.01. We all get price tally points for yesterday. Let me change those. All right, short exempt volume. 226.4 thousand is the new value. I need to get I got to get my son to show me how to put Excel into a dark mode. This kills my eyes. I can't see. I get blinded. I know you guys can see it. Probably get brighter on my face too. Utilization. Let's take a look at that and see how utilization looks here. Man, it's hard to look at a white page like that anymore. Sometimes I wonder, like, who in the right mind thought that it would be smart to make a computer screen go fully white, white backdrop like that? who was like, yeah, this'll be great on people's eyes. They can see so good. Utilization is still showing 100% on, let's see, July 27th, which was yesterday. So we're at 100% utilization after 118 straight trading days. And day over day price change, we were up yesterday. 3.21%. Moving down to Max Payne, we were at 15 on Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday we went down to 1450. I'm gonna guess it's back up to 15 again. Let's see. Nope, it's holding 1450. So 1515, 1450, 1450. Taking a look at the not taking a look at the options, taking a look at the off exchange. Those values of 60.09 and 10.99 were like the last 40 minutes of trading. Let's give a refresh and see what the final numbers were. We had 59.06 through the off exchange and about 10.98 in the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 70.04% going through the off exchange, which is about 6% higher than what we're used to seeing. So those are high numbers. Taking a look at institutional ownership, we had yesterday reported 190.394 million. Day over day, let's see if that's changed. 190.396, just fractionally. Fractionally up. Taking a look at that Ortex data again, we have estimated short share interest of the free float is at 19.56%. Shares on loan is 143.98 million, which is another half. I think that's another 500,000 more shares on loan day over day. And looking at the options, first off, I'm going to scroll down to the option, our option lottery ticket losers. At a $35 strike price yesterday, there's 1.6 thousand contracts. There's still 1.6. Not a whole lot of change. Let's see here. Highest amount of open interest has changed. Like I had said it would. It's dropped on from the $20 strike price for the calls down to more open interest at a $16 strike price. So from 20 to 16. And yesterday at 20 there was 10.4 thousand contracts. Today at 16 there's 12,000 contracts. On the puts, highest amount of open interest has it almost went up, but it's still 10 at strike of 10. It almost moved up to 14. But at $10, yesterday there were 7.6 thousand contracts. There's still 7.6. The market's indicating that that we will probably close based off of open interest somewhere around $13 by the end of the week. At least that's what it's signaling. Actually, it's really signaling somewhere between 10 and 16. I shouldn't say 13. Somewhere between 10 and 16. But it's starting to narrow down. By the end of today, it'll probably narrow down to 14 and 16, if I had to guess. So after today, I think we'll see that the market's kind of narrowed it down to somewhere between a close between 14 and 16 by the end of the week. Taking a look at some of the other data here. Let me move a couple screens around real quick, and I'll move you over to Ortex, and we'll take a look at what that looks like. Give me 1 minute. Alrighty. There's our utilization at 117 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in on this just a tad here and look at on loan amount. There's our on loan amount increasing by about 500,000 shares. Oh, no, it was more than 500,000. I was wrong, guys. It's a million. Day over day on loan amounts increased from 143.06 to 143.98. So basically a million shares increase. On loan average age per day, I would expect to come down with, actually it might be about level or slightly up with only a million shares, new shares being loaned. Yep, just slightly up. 5301 to 5332. And The estimated short share interest of the free float will probably have a little bit of a rise, not much. Day over day, it went from 19.5 to 19.56. Security lending volume day over day was down, starting to dip. And we're not on the threshold list. A little bit more, a little less pressure today for them to probably cover on some failure to delivers than there was yesterday. However, going into tomorrow, there's going to be some pretty heavy pressure coming up here. Fidelity. Orders based off of Fidelity customers. Let's check out and see where AMC and GME finished. AMC came in 24th due to our low volume. Speaking of low volume, what was it by the end of the day yesterday? Low volume yesterday ended up being, it was actually higher than the previous 2 days. Unexpectedly, at the end, we had some larger volume, putting us at 23.1 million shares, which I had said in pre-market we'd hit somewhere between 15 and 35. It looks like 2040 could have been, like I could have said 2040, but it was too risky with those low numbers. AMC currently in 24th based off of orders, most heavily traded stock on Fidelity with 61% buys to 39% sales, and GME coming in 27th with 68% buys to 32% sales. SSR triggers at $13.03 for the day today. Shares available to borrow have gone up a little bit on the available amounts, but not too much in the ETFs. The ETFs are kind of low again. Looks like so far this morning they've borrowed 50,000 shares here, 200,000 shares here. So 250. Yesterday they only had 350,000 shares borrowed on Stonko Tracker. So right now I'm at 250. Yeah, that's all I can count. 250,000 shares having been borrowed according to Stonko Tracker so far. There's a little bit additional 15,000 shares out of the ETFs, but I only count in batches of 50,000 or higher. The fees for borrowing right now are 7.2%. They're starting to lower again. Currently, we have 115.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 38.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 13.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. How is the market doing, or what are the outlooks for the day today? Let's see what the futures hold for us. Last night when I looked it up, most of the futures were looking kind of negative on open by like 0.25%. Right now it's kind of mixed, but 0.25% might still kind of be like a good average. With the VIX being down 0.52. So that's kind of surprising. Usually the VIX is up if the market's down. And it's not. So it might be like a sharp decline right off the start and then maybe a rise in price after. Initial downwards movement and then upwards. Looks like most of the markets were green overseas. The ones that were down were less than 0.25%. In the pre-market, Tesla's up 1.37, Amazon is up down rather 0.77, Cinemark is up 0.48, Doge is down 0.39, Bitcoin is up 0.64. I had a question asked me if I thought Bitcoin was still going to be moving down. A while back, I had said there was a possibility that there might be a head and shoulder pattern, kind of forming right here. It looked like this was a leading shoulder head and then a trailing shoulder here. However, the period of time where price should have been running up it to, perhaps maybe like 32.4-ish range, we got nothing. It fizzled out. Didn't happen. So this is no longer inverse head and shoulders in my opinion. At least that's what I'm seeing. It could be maybe slightly delayed. I mean, I could give it some. I could lend it some credit if we saw it like break 24.8 hard. But if we just continue to see more consolidation here, I think that eventually we'll watch this drop, especially if the SPY and if the whole market starts dropping in value. I think collateral will need to be pulled, and you'll see this start dropping back down to that lower level of 13K a coin that I have suggested in the past. And I think honestly, it's just waiting on that. It's just doing small pumps and dumps in here. Try and get some small money on the daily. GME is down 1.33, HYMC is up 0.4, Hood is down 0.22, NCMI is up 2.96. They were up almost like 20% yesterday. AMC is down 0.76. Inflow versus outflow. Yesterday we had $10 million more in outflow than inflow roughly. And so far this morning, only 9.3 thousand shares having been traded so far. We got about 3 minutes more here before our pokey stick of volume. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.44, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.05, which is average. On an hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.98, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, we've had multiple crossovers in the pre-market here, but currently more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 54.99, which is slightly above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.47, which is slightly above average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto. Price is starting to come back up. Base is trying to cross over the conversion is starting to try and cross the baseline. The lagging line has crossed the price line, so it's starting to look a little bit more bullish here on the 1 hour. There is always a case to be made. The one rule about the Ichimoto is this: you're not supposed to make trades inside the cloud. I've heard people suggest that you're not supposed to trade under the cloud either. I don't agree with that. I don't think that the rules state that unless somebody can show me where the rules for this indicator specifically say not to trade outside of the cloud, then I suggest that trading under the cloud can be acceptable. The problem is that if you're trading under the cloud, you've got to know that the price is going to push through it. If you detect some weaker position or potential for it to have like a stall out within the cloud and come back down, then yeah, you might not want to trade. But if you've got like RSI like really low, right now we've got RSI at 50.98, which is just about average. That's not bad. It's got room to run. So I mean, there's good evidence here to say that it could, if it does make it up here and tries to push through the cloud, it could make it through there. The next thing to do would be take a look at it on a longer period of time. What is the 4 hour saying? The 4 hour saying, well, there's a definite thinning of the clouds coming up here within the next 2 to 3 days. If you wanted to hold this position on a 2-day 3 period of time, you could see potential swing traders looking at this as like a point beginning. And if the baseline crosses the sorry, I said that backwards again. Conversion line crosses the baseline, although in this particular on the 4 hour you see less strength because you've got the conversion line much lower than the baseline. It's not even heading up towards it, and the lagging line is still below price line, so still not quite an entry point here on the 4 hour. However, on the 4 hour the RSI is super low at 38.84, and you can see that there's starting to becoming a trend here where you're having a divergence of your buying pressure and selling pressure. Our pokey stick of volume just occurred with 24.9 thousand shares, with 10,000 shares going into it. Super low volume. I'm going to have to say 15 to 35 million shares traded again for the day today. This is much lower than it was yesterday even. No change in my volume prediction. day over day. Let me change. I know give me a second here. I'm going to change. I'm going to change where my SSR trigger point is at 1303, the new value. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are now writing. BioLife Hemp, thank you. Thank you for tweeting that out to Hakach. Can't wait to. I'd love to talk to the guy. I think he's interesting as hell. In the pre-market right now, guys, we're at $14.37. We are down 0.76% at this point. Darren says, pretty sure a recession will be much easier to define after the midterm elections are over and blame can be thrown back and forth without landing on anyone. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Trent just said almost a 3x. Our pokey stick was a trilly there. I was listening to a space call last night, and I was unfortunate to catch the back half of it. I know Keith was in. If you guys don't know who Keith is, he's kind of like, in my opinion, he was on. I think he was first discovered and was on Astro's live stream a long time ago, where he was basically showing like how the numbers kind of show you which direction price is going to start moving on the order book. Um, but I went into the room and it sounded like they were talking about something new that they discovered and that they're kind of tracking to see if it's repeatable. And I got in at the end of the conversation. I kind of want to. I'm going to send Keith a DM. I think to ask him a little bit more about what that's all about. I'd love to hear um, his his perspective. I have to say, guys, the very first time this is a failure on my part. The very first time I ever heard Keith talking, he's a little southern. He sounds southern, and I was when he was talking about what it is that he was doing, I was like, there's no way in hell this guy is like telling me which way which way the price is going to move based off of how the order book is reading. And then I was listening to him do it, and I was like, holy shit, he's onto something here. I was I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away, and I was just like, dang. I'm actually going to reach out to Keith and see if he wants to come on and talk about what it is he's seeing. Just because I missed out on that conversation, and I want to hear what it is. I kind of got a little excited. Uh, every time somebody sees something in the community, I like to look at it. As far as data goes, I love to help and see if I can't dissect some of the data form and help either prove or disprove the idea. But let me tell you, I have never thought in all the years that I've been trading that you could potentially see which way price is going to start moving just by looking at the order book and how it's trading. Craziest thing I've ever seen. Fahad, good morning to you. Yo, did you posted that song? I think. Did you post that song? I feel like somebody posted that song. Let me see here. No, that's not the one. Somebody else posted. BioLife Hemp posted a song that I hadn't had a chance to listen to, and it may have been a good one called I don't know, maybe I can't tell what it's called. Looks like it says Jackpot Shiny Things. I hadn't had a chance to listen to it, so I picked the one that was more safe. Oh, and then also, if you guys ever have recommendations for songs, Metallica is off the list. I like Metallica. Nothing wrong with them. They just don't like having their music played for free. So I got to be real careful about that. But guess what, guys? I think when I just looked up the other day at the channel, I think I have no more strikes. I think they got wiped. So I've kept my hold on, I'm looking to see if there's strikes. I've kept my nose clean long enough to get myself out of strike uh, danger, I guess. Because I had two strikes. Oh no, wait, it does say there's still warning here. Yeah. Never mind. The warning was in November. You would think that these would roll off or something, but not the case. November 18th was the day. I'll never forget it. All I did was decide to go get a haircut, and I put on some music for you guys, walked away, and thought that was going to be okay. It was elevator music. Nope, not cool. Apparently not cool. Put that on your plate. Ethan says put that on your plate, but I didn't see what he said. Let me go back up and see what he said up higher, because I have a feeling he may have said something else. Let's see. No, I don't see anything else. What am I putting on my plate? Far, Far, Far by Jackpot. It foretells the squeeze, and it's 5 years old. I'll take a listen to it. That's the one that you posted. It's Far, Far, Far by Jackpot. I'll take a listen to it later today. $7:09, guys. I'm gonna stick around today until 7:30 and I normally like to try and take breaks around 7:30, but I'm gonna stick around long enough to see what the GDP announcement is on whether we're up, down. Oh, I mean, it's gonna be down. We know it's gonna be down, right? Like otherwise they wouldn't be saying things like, well, this is not defined as a recession. So they already know it's gonna be down, but they're just redefining what a recession is. So, I mean, it's not like we don't know it's going to be down already. The question is how much is it going to be down? Q1 was down 1.6%. Again, I've got the link posted to the top in case you guys want to just check that out for yourself. Suit says, "Is Keith here?" No, I don't think so. I don't think Keith watches. No, I'm gonna say no. I don't think Keith watches me, but Keith and I know each other. and I don't see any reason why he wouldn't, come talk to me. He's a nice guy. He's a really nice guy, and he's kind of one of those people that I would say that if you wanted to go to somebody, if you had questions or something and you wanted to go to somebody and you know that they're not going to turn you away for a question, Keith would be that kind of guy. He'll give you the shirt off his back. But I don't think Keith watches those suit. And the reason that I say that is just because I know that when I've gone on break before, he's been in space calls. I think Twitter is more of his deal. I think he likes Twitter a lot more. You know what? I do know he had said that he was putting on a YouTube channel eventually. I don't know if he actually got to it or not, but he did say that. Let me just check and see if he's got that posted because I never checked back up on that again. Let me see. Where is he at here? Here he is. He's had to have multiple accounts due to I don't know why. March 3rd. That's too old. That's not him. Yeah, actually he's he's on a space call right now. It's ironic. Let's see here. I was hoping maybe under his profile on Twitter that he might have like a link to maybe his YouTube channel, but I don't see anything, and I'm briefly looking through his posts. So far, I don't see anything listed for a YouTube channel. So I don't know if he put it together or not, but he does a lot of space calls. Yeah, I don't see anything. That's too bad. I'm gonna send him a DM right now. All right, I just sent him a message. Is Monty here? We got about 15 more minutes here, guys. Maybe we'll see what that GDP release is. I imagine I imagine that the press and everybody but The entire rest of the world will get only the financial institutions and the media will probably get first access to the new numbers. I expect them to be down, otherwise they wouldn't be talking about redefining what a recession looks like. But it's interesting if you just type in, and I'm kind of wondering what would have happened if we would have typed this in a while back. But um, if you type into Google search for define a recession, it says one, a period of temporary economic decline during which trade and industrial activity are reduced, generally identified by a fall in GDP in two successive quarters. That's the definition. I'm not just making it up. It comes from, let's see, what website is that? Does it say? Mm, I don't know where Google pulls their definitions from, but it might be dictionary.com maybe. Let's see here. I don't know where it's pulling it from. It doesn't say. Google apparently has their own has their own dictionary now, apparently. Oops. Google doesn't create, write, or modify definitions. Dictionary results don't reflect the opinions of Google. We license definitions which include examples similar and opposite words and origins from third-party experts who compile dictionaries. Um, so they don't really say where they get their. It looks like they're just saying that they're basically taking their definition from multiple sources. We could go into Investopedia and see what Investopedia has to say about it. A recession is a significant, widespread, and prolonged downturn in economic activity. Because recessions often last 6 months or more, one popular rule of thumb is that 2 consecutive quarters of decline in a country's GDP constitute a recession. Economists, including those of the National Bureau of Economic Research, which dates U.S. business cycles, define a recession as an economic contraction starting at the peak of an expansion that preceded it and ending at the low point of the ensuing downturn. So, I guess based off of what I'm reading right there, when you read it like that, that may say like that may be basically saying like you're not actually in a recession until you're at the bottom. Let me read that again. Economic contraction starting at the peak. Oh no, it says starting at the peak of an expansion that preceded it and ending at the low point of the ensuing downturn. So, okay, so basically the fall. The fall is the recession, is how I read that. But how, like, I mean, how far does it have to fall though? Recessions typically produce declines in economic output, consumer demand, and employment. The NBER considers indicators including non-farm payrolls, industrial production, and retail sales, among others, in designating the start and end of a U.S. recession, usually months after the peak and the trough of the business cycle. A downturn must be deep, pervasive, and lasting to qualify as a recession by NBER's definition, but these are retrospective judgment calls made by academics, not a mathematical formula designed to flag a recession as soon as one begins. For example, the depth and widespread nature of the economic downturn caused by COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 led the NBER to designate it a recession despite its relatively brief 2-month length. I'll tell you one thing's for sure. I can say this. I mean, if you look at the VIX, and then you went back and you were to say, okay, where did they call things recessions? I think once the VIX breaks through this 35 number here, those are probably defined as recessions. Like these hard breaks, like right here. This is COVID. Not really. I mean, it broke it, but it was momentary here. This is 2018. This is 2015. It broke it, but it was again short-lived. This right here is 2011. There's some sustained period of time above in 2011, but that was mainly because of what occurred before then. We had two different periods of time that we struggled in 2010 and 2011, but that was mainly like hiccups after the 2008 recession. Again, hiccups, and I got no data prior to 1997, but actually this is not a hiccup. What is this? This is, where's the dot-com bubble? Actually, the dot-com bubble didn't actually show up. It's like in here. It didn't really show up at all. This is going to be the 2001 September 2001 right here, 9/11. That's 9/11. This is some hiccups afterwards. So part of the reason why they may be saying not a recession yet is due to the fact that we haven't broken that magic number yet. But it wants to. It's been trying. And they've been keeping it from doing it. And some people will be like, what do you mean they've been keeping it from doing it? On a weekly candle, I've never seen this. And you guys, if any of you guys know this, the answer to this, whenever have you seen 4 weekly candles ascending red in color? Ascending. This is very unusual. I've never seen this before, especially on a weekly time interval. Benjamin says, please let him come on, Casey. Bring Keith on. He's more than welcome to come on. I sent him a message. Oh wait. He replied. He said, I'm not sure what stock. I was catching government run, scalping the balances. Run up the government. Laugh out loud. GovX. Let me see if he's willing to come on. He said if you want sometime I can talk about reading the algorithms code to scalp stocks. So he's down. He's down for coming on. We'll work things out. Um, Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just trying to have a conversation with him real quick here. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Just having a little bit of a conversation with him real quick. Let's see here. Ross says, Casey, you think we have some more downslide today if the S&P goes red? I think we're following the S&P yeah. I'm just gonna say I think we're following very, very closely. So if you see the market start heading down, we're gonna go with it. If you see it going up, we're gonna go with it. Maybe not as much upwards, but yeah. Pesh says, look when they uploaded the website updated yesterday. Lou Bob says the definition was just updated a couple days ago. Go figure, right? You guys can do waybackmachine.com, and you can see what it used to look like if you want to. That might be a little fun to do. I might do that here in just a little bit. Maybe when I get back from break later. We're just looking for a reduction. Well, Sandra, apparently I can't define. I don't have the abilities to define what a recession is because I don't write the definition. Somebody else does. But the gross domestic product, we're looking for a decline in that quarter over quarter. If it's still declining quarter over quarter, typically in the past, that would have been defined as a recession to see it decreasing, because that would be 6 months worth of data that you have a decreasing economy. However, we've been told multiple times by the feds that we have a very strong economy. So to see a GDP falling over a 6 month span, kind of basically defeats what it is that the feds have been saying about uh, uh, an economy that's flourishing. Yeah, extreme. If Keith said that he said he's willing to come on and talk. So if oops, hold on a second here. I'm actually getting him the information right now to be able to come and talk. Um, so we'll get him on here. but yeah, I mean, I think in terms of what are we looking for historically. Oh, here they are. Q2 negative 0.9. I think what they're going to say. I think what they're going to say here is. Hmm. Real gross domestic product decreased at an annual rate of 0.9% in the second quarter of 2022, following a decrease of 1.6% in the first quarter. The smaller decrease in the second quarter primarily reflected an upturn in exports and a smaller decrease in federal government spending. So that's what I was when I did my pause here. I was like, they're going to say that this is growth. They're going to say that we had you know a declining period of time that's less declining now. That's probably what they're going to say. I probably should have seen this coming. So I think the point that they're trying to make right here is that it's not as it's getting better. So the question becomes is do we what the heck do we actually see the market becoming better over time? So there is and I'm going to take you guys over to the SPY to check this out. There is reason to suggest that when you look um, on a daily on this, that we broke a trend here. There is a very obvious trend downwards. We were falling. It's broken that trend temporarily. Now, somebody asked me, I don't remember. Somebody asked me, I think last night even. They said, "Do you think the SPY is going to continue to fall, or is it a momentary bump up?" And I personally think it's a momentary bump up, but we'll see. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. It's possible. It's possible to be wrong. We had a very similar pattern forming here twice in a row to where I felt like this was going to do kind of the same similar thing where price was going to continue to drive down further overall in the entire market, but it's not doing that and it actually broke the trend line here, and it's trying to take a little bit of a run. So you got to ask yourself like, where's that coming from? Where's this? How is this? How is the market heading upwards? What's going on? Um, it's actually a great question. I really don't know the answer, but I personally don't believe that this is going to continue on. We'll have to see. I probably need to draw a fib on this just to see what's going on here. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find something. What am I on? Daily? Let's see. Like 400 range. Yeah, I like this. I'd be looking I'd be looking for us to break 4 410. If it can break 410, then our market might be on a recovery. If it can't break 410, then I say it's not. I think it's only temporary. Now, historically speaking, if we went back and we went to 2008, which if I was going to go back to 2008 and check that out to see similar movement, um, let's check something real quick here. Let me think what I want to check. Actually, I don't think I have that open right now. Well, we'll have to. I'm going to do some stuff on the side. I'm going to work on this a little bit tonight and see if I can figure out where we're headed to here and see if there's past examples of recessions in the past that have had movements upwards like this just before they fell even harder. And I think that there is. But I think if we can break, if the spike can break, if the spike can break 410, it could be on a recovery. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a break here, guys. We'll go ahead and go back over here. It did look like we had a little bit of movement here on AMC. No, I guess not. Never mind. I'm gonna have to work on that. FJRP says 2Q economy shrinks 0.9 versus an estimated 0.4. I actually didn't see what the estimates were for prior. Jobless claims at 256 versus 250 estimated, so a little bit higher. That's not too much higher. Thank you, FJRP. I haven't seen or FJR Pilot NC. Thank you for those numbers. I appreciate that. I haven't seen the name in here before, so welcome. And thank you for your service. It looks like you may have been a pilot in the military. Future Whale says, I live in Houston. Every time I leave the house, the streets are packed, malls are packed, stores are packed. I don't see why people think the economy is bad. Is Houston's only booming? Can you let me know? Gas prices, Future Whale. Prices everywhere have gone skyrocketing. I know a lot of people are hurting, and we're starting to see a lot more loan forfeitures. Just because people are spending doesn't mean that it's not going onto credit. Let's see here. I'm gonna look at the report that they released on this one real quick here. I'm gonna head to break though. I'm gonna read this off to the side real quick, but I provided the link in the very top, I believe. If you guys want to go over to that website and look up the numbers yourself. I'm gonna read the report here, but I'm gonna head to break, and I will return at 7:40. Come on, Future Whale. Come on. You know better. Hey guys, make sure you have your live in the chat section. Make sure you have it set to live and not top chat. I think when I change it to live, you guys should be on live as well, but I'm not positive. No, I'm not back from break. Maybe you are, but I'm not. I can see why now why they're talking about trying to redefine the fact that they were estimating, and I haven't. I'm just basing this off of what somebody else had said in here earlier, but based on the fact that they had estimated point 0.4 and it was 0.9, tells me that it's still not as good as they want it to be. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be the first thing that happens, Future Whale. There's going to be a buffer, right? There's going to be people are going to have a buffer of credit, and once that credit is ran out, is gone, then people start forfeiting on their credit lines. Then the banks start becoming stressed. Once the banks become stressed, then the banks start tightening. Once the banks start tightening, then you have markets not being able to get money that they need, and everything's just downhill from there. So, you know, just because you see people out shopping and doing things doesn't necessarily mean that they're spending cash. I think a lot of it is credit. There might be a great way to look that up, and I could probably get that information from you to see, because I'll bet you there's a place where we can look up to see how much credit is being used, probably quarter over quarter. But I don't have that information for you right now, so I'll have to go look it up later and try to give it to you guys. I'm gonna head to break here. Oh, I didn't realize the van was so far off my head. There we go. All right, I'll see you guys in a little bit. I'm gonna take off to break, and I'll see you. Cash to be made said, Casey, I just looked at 2008 into 2009 S&P. What I would also do, cash to be made, is I would also check out 1929 as well. If you can go back to 1929 and take a look at that, there's also I think it's a good comparison. Alrighty, guys, I'll be back in a little bit here.
MusicVine is the essential music licensing platform for pro filmmakers. Discover the world's top composers and songwriters with industry-leading search tools that speak your language. If you need music for pro video, visit MusicVine.
Some say love is a winding road, carves a map through the darkest night. Some say love takes a heavy load, helps someone make the burden light, teaches you not to hold too tight. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now or never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. Some say love is a fire that grows, bound to hurt when you let it go. Some say love is a choice we make, a holy vow we should never break. And maybe that's just the chance we take. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. You'll always be mine.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
All right, I'm back. Let's see here. Let's see. Monty, you got your price prediction in 1401 to 1701. It's the same as yesterday. Got you down. Let me see if Keto. I think Keto might have put in a price prediction earlier this morning, and I may have missed it. In fact, I'm almost positive he did. Keto, if you've put in a price prediction and I missed it this morning, let me know because I don't see it as of right now. Good morning, Beach Guy. I didn't see that earlier. I just ran across it just now. I see Monty. I see Monty's. I don't see Keto's yet. Let me see here. Let me look for myself and see where we're heading here. Yeah, I'm leaning towards I'm leaning towards the same. Actually, it's kind of funny you should put the same value in today, Monty, because I think I'm going to go the same values as well. Get rid of this. Yeah. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna decrease mine just slightly. I'm gonna go 1350. I'm gonna go 1350 to 1650. Good morning, Roseanne. Brazil, good morning to you. If I ever miss, oh, I did pull this up while I was on, just before I went to break, or as I was going to break. I pulled up this new tab here. My wife just came home. Uh-oh, maybe she's not home. I heard the door open. She's home. Let's see. I was pulling this tab up here earlier, and let me see if I can open link in a new tab. Good morning. Thank you. Because we were talking about credit before I left. So I pulled this up. These numbers have not been updated recently, but the values on percent of balance of 90 plus days delinquent on credit lines is not showing up as of yet. I see a little bit of spiking starting to happen on credit cards. I see on other a little bit of a spiking going on from I guess it would be Q4 to Q1. Auto loans are starting to spike up a little bit. We got a little bit of a trend upwards on home equity lines of credit, and I'd say it's more of a flat line than anything right now on mortgage. Mortgage is kind of flatlined out. But the one that is definitely decreasing is student loans. And that may be in part due to uh, student loans that are being, I forget what the word's called, forgiven. I don't. I remember reading some article on it, but I don't know that I necessarily dived too much into it. But it sounded like there was going to be a large portion of potential credit that was lent for schooling that was going to be forgiven. I don't know if that's actually happened or not yet. Who tweeted that, beach guy? Keto asked me to post his numbers. He got no connection from Keto. 1339 to 1639. Thank you very much. Ooh. All right, I might have to come over and eat that with you in just a little bit. All right. My wife got me a sausage biscuit, but she just arrived home, so I might have to take another little break here. I gotta go spend some time eating with her. Brazil, thank you for posting that. I appreciate that. 1339 to 1639. I'm gonna put them in. Oh, Ryan Cohen. Okay, cool. John, good morning to you. Got just a couple more minutes here before market open. ABC says that they borrowed close to 1 million shares. Where did they borrow 1 million shares from? Were there that many? Did they return them already? Hold on a second. I'm looking. Oh, you're not kidding. I'm seeing it now for the first time. You're not kidding. Okay, so yeah, interesting. It's going to be an interesting day today. Definitely a lot of borrowing of shares going on this morning. Good point. I believe there was an additional 250,000 shares, and they borrowed almost all that too. So that add 200 there. Then they returned 950. Then they borrowed them right back, almost all 950. So that's going to be like 850,000 shares plus the 100 is going to be 950. And then another 50,000 out of the ETFs. So 1 million shares. Yep. Good call out. Great call out. That's I'm going to add that. That's on top of the 250,000 shares borrowed earlier this morning. That's 1.25 million shares already borrowed. I would imagine the cost to borrow is going to start rising quite fast here. We may see a little bit of cost to borrow going up. It is time to get the market started here, guys. So I will see you after market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning to you guys. Good to see you back again. It's another day. It's another dollar. Today is Thursday. We have GDP announcement coming in this morning. What is a recession? GDP coming in here. The real domestic product decreased at an annual rate of 0.9% in the second quarter of 2022. According to the advanced estimate released by the Bureau of Economic Analysis. In the first quarter, real GDP decreased 1.6%. The GDP estimate released today is based on source data that are incomplete or subject to further revision by the source agency. The second estimate for the second quarter, based on more complete data, will be released on August 25th. Write down your numbers, because they did not actually give us everything that it is that we were supposed to know. They may release different numbers later on, a month from now. Just throwing that out there. It does say that. You can go to their own website. It's in the box, and you can click on the report and see it for yourself. What is a recession? Oh man. Saint Monet's dad says Saint Monet's mom sighting. Back to normal. Yeah, it's funny. You know what's better to slap Mac and Bees? The ask. ABC Pediatrics of Florida says options trap. They're letting it run to sell options. Be careful, guys. Be careful. I'm not going to tell you what you can and can't do with your own money. It's your money. It's your choice. But be careful. There's definitely some poo piles out there for you to step in. Brian says spicy. Good morning, Nikki. The GDP announcement was 0.9. I think I heard earlier that the estimates were 0.3. I think it was 0.3. And we got 0.9 down. The interesting thing is, and I'll pull this over here to the side so you guys can see this. I think the interesting thing about this is that on the chart here, and as soon as I opened this up and saw the chart, we went from this 1.6%, 1.6% down to 0.9%, and I said, this makes sense. They knew that the initial values that they were going to put out were going to be less than probably. I mean, this made total sense to me. It's like, okay, well, no wonder they're trying to redefine what a recession is. They're basically saying it was less of a decrease than it was last quarter. So yeah, it's not as bad as you think it really is. But guess what? We didn't get the full data yet. The full data is in another month. The revised data is going to be coming out in another month. Way to push it out. Way to push it out. Always something. Savvy says, "Are we really up against our government?" Here's the thing to Savvy. Nobody wants a recession. Nobody wants to have bad numbers during their watch. Nobody does. So, do any of us want to see a recession? None of us really want to see a recession, Savvy. But in terms of our government, perhaps quote unquote cooking the books in order to make things look better than they actually are. Yes, I think we are up against our government. Captain's saying give them about 10 more minutes and they'll flip the switch. You can already see volatility closing in on the Bollinger Bands on both sides. Kind of flat line at the top, and it's definitely hooking at the bottom. Usually, in order to get price to or volume, like if you're having exceptional volume, and here we are 11 minutes into market open, maybe 12 minutes, we're at 3.75 million shares having been traded so far, which is pretty, I would say it's exceptional volume considering what our pre-market was looking like. And the way that you get volume to lower is you start dropping price. Less volume coming in, less pressure to push price upwards. Yeah, 0.9. 0.9 is the number. I tried to watch Bigham's the other night and I fell asleep too. Not because I was trying to stay awake. I actually turned them on knowing I was going to fall asleep to it. But sometimes I just need to hear something in the background to fall asleep. So I did as well. Dynamite says, as soon as the VP started using pronouns during introductions, it was a whole new level to me. Yeah, I saw that. I have only seen that one video of I think she was a pregnant lady that was wearing a mask that had a see-through hole on her. I don't. It was weird. It was so weird hearing herself introduce herself. I saw that video. I was like, that's so odd. Captain Awesome says, no options. Buying and holding is good enough for me, but I had a dream last night. I turned $5 into 1,000 off of a 1-minute bet in the market. Wish it worked like that. Yeah, it's it's your money, it's your choice, Captain. Somebody had said something about look at those sell walls, I actually see a lot of buying going into the sell walls, and every time the sell walls pop up, they disappear. It'd be interesting to see. Let me pull up let me get rid of the big tramp real quick here, and watch these sell walls here, and see if you actually see 1,000 orders going through when they disappear. And if you do, then you know they're not spoofing. If you see them disappearing without 1,000 shares going through before they disappear, then you know that there's maybe a potential spoofing going on. In regards to like why would price, if you watch what's happening right now, guys, price is kind of moving down a little bit here. Orders are getting filled. They're massively getting filled over here on the limit buy side. This is why I talk about sometimes limit buy orders for less than what price is currently are not good. We just got a wall right here. There was a 6,000 wall that showed up, and it got decimated with an 11,600 order. So there's some really heavy shares are being exchanging hands pretty rapidly right now. So I'm looking at time and sales and the order book are the two different things that I'm looking at right now. I'm looking right here in this area, and I'm looking down here as the orders are as they're being transacted. And it's going pretty quick. Not the fastest I've ever seen, but it's still going pretty quick here. Wait until we have one of those days like we had back on the 27th of January where we traded like I think 1.25 billion shares. A lot of shares transacting. I did need to see 1603 be broken for me to know that we're going to new highs. We didn't reach 1603. We only got as high as 1529. So the idea that we could have some more new lows lower than what we saw yesterday is still a possibility. Until we break that 1603, we're not going to have newer highs from last time when we hit 1382. So we're at 1382 is kind of our bottom right now. We're waiting to see either 1603 is going to get broken and we'll be moving to setting not new all-time highs, but new highs from 1382. Or we're going to go down and break 1382 and set some kind of newer low, which is what I'll be tracking. So it's really that 15% increase off of 1382 that we're looking for, which is 1603. Howie Frog says, Casey, maybe a dumb question. What if I buy orders set at say $70, then pulled in the 50s? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm going to make an assumption here. It sounds to me like what you're saying is what if I put in a limit buy order? I'm assuming a limit buy order set for $70 because otherwise you wouldn't be buying. It'd have to be a limit to set it at 70. So if you're doing it like right now, what would happen is your order would start pulling from the ask side. Whatever the lowest price is on the ask side, it would start pulling from there, and it would just keep pulling until your order was completed from the ask side. So your order would be filling like right this very second, it would be filling for 1480. And if your size of your order was more shares than could be filled for this right now, then it would go to 1481 and start filling from 1481, then 1482, 3, so on and so forth. But I'm not because you put in a buy limit high on the $70 range doesn't mean that you're going to be buying shares for $50. It just means you're going to be buying on the lowest value on the ask side. BC says the SPY is dumping. Let's take a look at it. What do we consider to be a dump? How do we define a dump, BC? That's the question. It's under 400 again. I told you guys earlier this morning that 410. I've been asked, do I think that the SPY is on a recovery? And I don't think so. And I went ahead and set up some Fibonacci's in here just to kind of see where this is heading. Oh, son of a gun! I just moved it by accident. I think it was right there. Nope, it wasn't because it was at 410. 410 was the max. Oh, maybe I didn't. Yeah, I did move it. There we go. Close enough. I gotta lock this. I forgot to lock it. If the SPY breaks 410, then I would say that maybe there is indeed an actual recovery off this. I mean, we did break this trend line that we were heading down. I felt like there was kind of a double indicator here of more downwards pressure moving into the future. I thought we were going to kind of match this pattern, and it never actually came to fruition. It actually broke out up instead, which I think is very unusual. I don't think this should have happened. I don't know why it happened. But I don't think that it should have. I think it may be a pump just before dumping some more. But 410, I think, is kind of that number. It's the magic number where if it does break above 410 on the SPY, then indeed you might be seeing a little bit of a recovery. But it's got to break 410. If it doesn't break 410, I don't think so. There's just no way. Actually, I kind of like. Hold on a second. I might. Well, I'll just leave it where it's at. It's good enough. Captain says, I wonder how that NAGA VIX close only position is affecting the market. That was supposed to be by Wednesday. And I could never actually find any confirmation of that anywhere, Captain Awesome. I had a very difficult time trying to find additional information on that one. He said dump. Got about 9 minutes before we take a look at the information here. Yeah, thank you, Captain. I appreciate that. Teamwork makes the dream work. Because quite honestly, Captain, like I feel like I would need to personally see that on multiple brokers and not just one. By the way, guys, just in case you guys didn't know, I took off the subscriber needed for 5 minute thing again. I only held it for that one day because I knew that Wednesday was going to be kind of a chilly kind of day, so I put it back on for Wednesday only. Dr. Zena says, tick tock, Q2 earnings is coming. It's less than 2 weeks, though. I can't say 2 weeks anymore, Dr. Zeno. It's less than 2 weeks on that one. The VIX is still down right now, 1.38%. So it's kind of interesting to see that if the SPY is indeed decreasing, with the VIX still being down, that would be very surprising. What do you need to see, Sam? A B C D Z Z Y X W. What are those? Are those? It's a joke, right? Is that? I don't even know. Who knows? Maybe there really is one, but let's. That's gotta be a joke. Yeah. Okay. Just kidding. That's what I kind of thought that was a joke, but I'm sitting there going like, I don't know. Who knows? Doubtful, but yeah. You never know. Sometimes I'll make something up, and it's there. Somebody asked me one time about shoot, I can't remember which one it was. They made a joke and it was an actual ticker. A B C D. Yep, there is. Cambrium learn as A B C D. It actually does exist. ZYXW does not exist, however. There is a ZYXI. It's like van looks clean today, bro. Thanks, man. There's a picture I want to add to the van here. I gotta. Oh, ADD. I think that might have been the one. That might have been one. AMC and ADD, because somebody said like, what's going on with ADD? Yeah, Arctic Star. That might have been the one I was thinking of. It is. That is actual real. Um, no, there was something else I was gonna pull up and show you guys. Loss Pro says, how can the SPY be up 10% in the last month and no squeeze happening? Because it has to be down. SPY is going to have to be down about 10% or more than 10%. We're going to need to see the SPY crashing quite hard in order for, I think, us to start squeezing. I don't think any positive movement on the SPY is going to help us. Mac and B says, I came here for the ADD clown. I'm not sure how to feel about that one, man. I mean, I'm like laughing, but I know what clowns are in this community. Sam says Big Tramp needs more stickers on the body. In my opinion, she's a tramp after all. I know that. I'm gonna give her a tramp stamp here. I gotta get around to adding the tramp stamp. It's like you commented me Mac and Bees and then like threw a negative comment all at the same time. I'm not sure how to feel. Because the institutions are supposed to be the clowns. Well, them and the mainstream media. We're supposed to be the apes. Oh, you mean squeeze and spy? So that's an interesting thing, Lost Pro. Let's pull that up real quick because I can't remember if it was the spy or not. Let me pull this up real quick. Let me look on the side. I want to say the spy was one of them. Maybe not. Hold on a second. Let's see. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it's not the spy. If you want to see some crazy numbers, though, it might be IWM. Let me just check IWM real quick here. If you want to see, because the SPY is only at 18.25% short. But if you take a look at, I think it's IWM. If you take a look at IWM, yeah, 39.46% short interest of the free float on IWM as an example. Right now, I think AMC shares or ETF is now IWB instead of IWM. But I don't think the short interest on IWB is going to be very high. 39.46 though for IWM, really super high. It's about time to take a look at our numbers here. But I guess what I was going to say to that is in regards to in regards to the SPY is that I actually asked this question a while back when I started looking into a lot of different ETFs and how much they were shorted. And it was kind of a question that I started pondering is has an ETF ever had a squeeze before? And I quite honestly I don't think so. I don't think you can squeeze an ETF. I don't think that's a possibility. Which really kind of begs the question like what controls short interest of the free float? Well, knowing how much the free float is part of it. And that's kind of one of those things where it's like how do you know how much free float there is in any ETF? I would actually kind of I would kind of challenge you guys to try and figure that question out. It's kind of a question I've been asking for a long time. What's the actual amount of what's the cap? What is the cap on an ETF? How many total shares are in the free float of, say, for example, the SPY? Because if I pull it up on here, it doesn't have one. Notice over here when you pull up key statistics, there is no free float. So how do you know what percentage you are at? I mean, you could take a guess, right? You could just say like, okay, well, free, if the percentage of the free float that's being shorted is X number of percentage amount, and the amount of shares that are shorted is this amount, then you could figure out what the reverse of that is and how many outstanding shares there are for the free float. But the thing is there's no cap. There's no cap on how large the free float is on these. There's like no reported free float value. So how high can the numbers go? That how high can the numbers go? Because essentially that means they could go forever. It's kind of a interesting thing that I ran across, and it's something I never even knew until within this last year. Captain Austin says, so I pulled up the original thread on Reddit, DFE's post. Naga is a broker in Germany, so it looks like it won't have as much of an impact on our market compared to theirs. Juanito says, Casey, I watched the interview with Trey and JB Wolf of Wall Street last night as wow, couldn't believe it. Dude, it's a dude, he got ripped off, man. Like I don't know if you know the history on that or not, but he actually did 2 interviews with the Wolf of Wall Street. The initial interview apparently was a really good interview, at least that's what has been rumored. And then because the Wolf of Wall Street's Jordan Belfort or whatever his name is, uh, because his lawyers watched it and said there were things that were said that he couldn't say, they had to redo the interview. And apparently, the things that I guess Trey wasn't expecting Jordan to say some of the things that he said in the second interview, like things that like just threw him off guard. And so I kind of after I found that out, I kind of went back and I rewatched it and I was listening very carefully to some of the words that Jordan was speaking about in terms of what we should be looking for the future. When he starts talking about cryptocurrencies, man, I'm scared. I'm scared of cryptocurrencies, man. And Jordan was pushing those things hard, super hard in that interview. And I can tell you right now, um, I feel like there was hidden messages and things that he was saying there. And if you watch it with a tinfoil hat on, I think there was a lot of information that could be gained from what it was that he was saying, but I think you have to kind of think outside the box. But I agree. I mean, it was a very interesting interview. Mike says recession is when your neighbor loses his job, depression is when you lose yours, and recovery is when Sleepy Joe loses his. Don't ban me, bro. I'm not gonna ban you. Yeah, it's on YouTube, Fred. You can go check it out. Trey's got just look up go to Trey's channel and look up Jordan Wolf. Just probably look up Wolf of Wall Street and you'll probably see the interview. I don't think so. Here's the thing, Doctor. I don't know that. I mean, I don't know. You know, ultimately Trey was probably ripped off, but I think that there was still information that could be gained out of it, though. So I don't know. It's time to take a look at our numbers, guys. It's kind of like when you watch like Jerome Powell talking, right? And then somebody asks him to define what a recession is, and he starts flipping through his page. I look for cues like that. I look for what they're saying, but they're not saying. What is it that they're not saying that you can kind of gather from what it is that they are saying? When you see when you see the reporters ask Jerome Powell, how do you define a recession? I don't even remember what point it was in the interview that or in the press conference that he had yesterday, FOMC press conference. But when he sat there and he just started fumbling to different pages so that he could read the script, it was so telling. It's like, how do you tell me without telling me that you're being told what to say? Uh, that was a perfect sign. It was classic. Quite honestly, it was almost kind of one of those moments where it's like, oh, you're saying something very loud and clear here. Got it. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over to the other page, and we're going to take a look at our numbers here for the day. Yo says he had a very dishonest demeanor yesterday. Also seemed aloof. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. It's probably hard to see with me being in the bus here, but I was actually closing my eyes and listening to his voice. I wasn't watching the facial expressions, and I do think that you can get a lot out of facial expressions, but I wanted to hear more of the passion in his voice, and it wasn't there. There was no passion. Um, it was very robotic, rehearsed. Let's take a look at our numbers. Dr. Zeno says, correct. The art of deciphering where someone is really coming from is to pay attention to what they are not saying as well as what they are. I agree, man. I agree more than anything on that. Let's go over and take a look at the numbers here and see what the heck is going on. So I'm going to start in the top left-hand corner of the page here with price predictions. Give me just 1 second. I got a text from Eric on his price predictions earlier, and I didn't get it down yet. Let's see. Alrighty. I've got 13. Well, first off, everybody got a point yesterday. Everybody got a point. I got 1350 to 1650 for the day today. Eric has 1390 to 1690. Keto has 1339 to 1639, and Monty has 1401 to 1701. Short exempt volume is up about 100,000 shares day over day to 226.4 thousand. Utilization is at 117. No, 118 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Day over day price increase. We had an increase yesterday of 3.21%. Taking a look at max pain, we were at 15 on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday and today we're at 1450 for max pain. And off exchange, by this time of the morning, I would expect around 44% in the off exchange on a normal day, and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. However, it is 58.17% in the off exchange and 13.12 in the CBOE EDGX. Very high numbers. We're already at 71.29% of our volume going through the off exchanges. Very high volume already. Taking a look at shares outstanding held by institutions. Earlier this morning it was 190.396, and which was slightly up, I believe, from what it was day over day, and it's still that number, no change. Taking a look at Ortex. So far for the day today, it's showing a borrowing of 392,000 shares. That is going to slightly increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.61%. Cost to borrow is at 9.35, max at 12.51, and min at 8.84. Shares on loan is up 1 million day over day, but to 143.98 million. And let's see here. Give me just 1 second here. Gotta move a couple pages around. What did I just pull up here? Oh, here we go. Let me move some stuff around here. We'll take a look at options. 1 second. My dog must see rabbits outside. He's going nuts right now. All right, taking a look at those options. Let's see what we got going on here for volume. How much you want to bet people got caught in these poo piles? Oh, they did. Oh man, I hope these people got out. guys, people, there's definitely. I mean, I know not all this volume is retail, but man, and let me tell you, these are some high numbers. There's some major poo stepping going on this morning. I'm telling you guys, our gamblers aren't learning. There's we got people in our amongst us who are losing money on premiums. We got in call volume, our highest amount of call volume is at a $15 strike price, the same as it was yesterday. On an average day, I would expect to see somewhere around 3 to 4,000 contracts in the first check, the first half hour of looking at the numbers. But we're at 10,000 contracts opened up this morning so far. We got poo steppers. On the put side, we've got a more reasonable number, yet still high, at a $14 strike price, which is up 50 cents from our closing on yesterday on the strike price for the puts. There's currently 4.9 thousand contracts. So we've got a 2-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. Market suggesting as of right now that we'll probably see a closing price somewhere between 14 and 15. There's cow patties out in them pastures. The market's going to try and make money. That's what it's designed to do. It's here to make money off of retail, and they'll turn you into poop stompers if they can. Waffle stompers. Let's take a look at our numbers here. Utilization. There's 118 straight trading business days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in on this just a tad to where we're at currently in valuation. On loan amount increasing day over day just slightly by $1 million from 143.06 to 143.98. That did have a very slight increasing effect on loan average age per day, which means that 1 million new loaned shares is not enough to decrease the average age of the shares that are being borrowed. So 53.01 to 53.32 on that number. The estimated short share interest of the free float rose very minorly from 19.5 to 19.56. Security lending volume was down day over day. I think we're going to see, do you see this drop right here in security lending volume? Here, let me just, I hate when this stuff pops up on the screen like that when I'm trying to, do you see this decrease right here in security lending volume? I would suggest, this is going to be my suggestion to you guys, is that the way I perceive this correlates very similarly to what you see. Hold on a second, if I can find the page. Very similarly to our decrease over these 3 days right here. Of failure to delivers. So now that the numbers are starting to increase going forward, I think that we're going to see that security lending volume starting to spike again. More than likely. And we are not on a threshold. Orders by Fidelity customers. Looks like AMC is in 27th due to low volume. 53% buys to 47% sales, and you guys are going like low volume. What are you talking about? Well, apparently we're lower than a lot of these other companies that are ahead of us in volume this morning. GME's coming in 24th. They have a 64% buy to 36% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is 1303. We've seen extensive borrowing and returning this morning of shares. Looks to me like there's an additional. I'm gonna say there's definitely additional 50,000 over here. I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it an additional 50,000 right now. If I haven't been counting some of this because I'm counting it as 100. There was some ETF that I didn't count earlier this morning. There's enough now to where I can round up. So I'm going to round it up. We've got 1.35 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees are at 7.2%. We currently have 121.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 9.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 27,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. A lot of poo stompers. NASDAQ is down 0.84, Dow Jones is down 0.46, and the S&P 500 is down 0.53. The market is declining right now with 3,822 decliners to 2,792 advancers. The VIX is down 0.26, IWB is down 0.52, IWD is down 0.65, and IWM is down 0.52. Tesla's up 0.39, Amazon is down 1.71, Cinemark is down 1.25, Doge is down 1.93, Bitcoin is down 0.19, GME is down 2.81, HYMC is up 3.49, Hood is down 2.42, NCMI is up 2.22, and AMC is down 0.51%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $1 million more roughly in outflow than inflow, and 8.16 million shares having been traded so far for the morning. Let's see what kind of pace we're on for 46 minutes of trading. We're on pace for 69 million shares traded for the day today, 69.3 to be exact. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 15 and 35. On the weekly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.23, which is below average, slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.32, which is about average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.18, which is just about average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.93, which is about average. And on a 5-minute interval, we've got within the last 20 minutes, we've had a divergence of the buying and selling pressure with more selling pressure and an RSI of 41.86, which is below average. So we got room to move up, but we also have room to move down as well. As far as Ichimoto goes, so the conversion line has crossed the base. I mean, it doesn't look like it based off the picture, but according to the numbers, conversion is crossed base by 0.02. Lagging line is technically above price line back here. However, the price is going into the cloud, and that's kind of a point of uncertainty. So on the short term 1 hour, there's what appears to be a potential for push in movement of price. However, at this point, once we've entered into the cloud, like this, like we have, you would have to see a push through the cloud in order for this to become a bullish move in price. And it didn't quite make it. It made it up to 1529, and the top of the cloud was 1557. Taking a look at this on a 4-hour, you've got conversion lines starting to trend upwards now towards the baseline. Price never actually even made it into the cloud, but it was close. And you've got the lagging line well below price line down here. So it's starting to trend towards the thinner portions of the cloud in the futures, where we may see breakthroughs. I suggested earlier this morning to you guys, and I've said this to other people as well in private, but 1603, that's the number that we got to break through in order to know that we're going to continue to go higher. Otherwise, if we don't break 1603, then we're looking to break our 1382, our low from yesterday. So oftentimes what will happen is price will drive back up and then they'll drive it back down to try and retest the low. You can see here in our little candlestick at the beginning of the morning in pre-market, it went to 1386. So we may go test 1382 and see if there's not more selling pressure that can be found. And sometimes we'll test that like 2 or 3 times before actually moving upwards. And likewise, oftentimes we'll test the 15% mark 2 or 3 times before actually breaking through it as well. With that, I can see what you guys are writing again. Brian says, be very, very quiet. I'm hunting rabbits. See, M height, I'm old school, man. I come back from, there used to be a period of time where you had to have X amount of dollars sitting in your account just to be in a margin account in the first place. Um, I don't know, man. I'm old school here. I'm kind of like an old fogey in terms of like get off my grass, kids, when it comes to that kind of stuff, because I really kind of see it as like I see it as the advanced slash deep pocket um, trades. Now, I'm not saying you can't make money in options. That's not what I'm trying to say at all. I'm just saying like whether or not you should be there to make money. Probably the standards are obviously different than they used to be 20 years ago. So take it or leave it. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like I see it differently. I look at options and I go like, you know what? That's not where I'm at in my life. I don't think I have the experience. I just don't think that I have the deep pockets for it. If you've got the deep pockets and you've got the experience, then sure, maybe give it a shot. If you don't have deep pockets, I just don't think margin's the way to go. But there's going to be plenty of people who don't agree with me on that. And that's okay. Maybe they're just maybe they have a risk tolerance that's higher than I have. I'm 46 years old. My risk tolerance levels are not very high. Well, I mean, in contrast to what they used to be. Would I have been trading options when I was younger, or if I was younger, and conditions were like they are now? I probably would do it too. But I'm older, and I'm more cautious about how I spend my money. And I hate losing. I hate it with a passion. I love winning. No, it's more than that, NC Proud Dad. It was 10,000. I just checked it. I checked it, 10 minutes ago. 10,000 contracts opened at 15 for calls. Yeah, Lost Pro. In regards to Ethereum Classic, I've seen that. How close and similarly it runs to Ethereum Classic. And AP and I have actually looked into that on a couple occasions, and it's strikingly crazy how similar. Um, are they tied? I don't think so. Um, I think what you can do is some of these patterns occur everywhere. Maybe I should work on something like that, like a project to show you guys how often. I think it's more than just Ethereum Classic. It's just that I think it's easier to see there. But I'm aware of it, and I don't know where we're at in contrast to their history. I forget. It's been a while since we looked. It's been months since I've looked at that. ABC Pediatrics of Florida says, I've realized that one of the best price indicators for AMC is to follow the puts. Yeah, there's something to that. Get off my grass, kids. Love it. I'm just saying, it's kind of one of those things. It's hard. It's hard to not do that. You know what I'm saying, Beach Guy? It's hard to when you're familiar with something, when you're familiar with something being a certain way and then it changes. It's hard to change with the times. And especially as I've gotten older, just because they've eased, is that a word? Just because they've eased the restrictions on or abilities on who can trade options, in my opinion, doesn't mean that means you should. That's just my opinion, though. It is what it is. I'm not telling you how to spend your money. I'm just telling you where I'm at in my life. I don't see that as an option. I don't see options as an option. But that's just because of where I came from, the history that I have. Anybody who's 24 years old right now and trading in the market and hasn't seen anything else other than the fact that everybody's been doing it that they know of and around them tells them that they should do it too. Well, I come from an era where you don't jump off bridges just because everybody else does. I wonder how many of those 24-year-olds have heard that phrase before. Just because everybody else jumps off a bridge doesn't mean you should do it too. They probably haven't heard that. James of Arizona says soft landing is going to let these over-leveraged hedge cockles to get out safely, slowly bleed the market. I don't think that they're going to get out softly, or not softly, but safely. Yes, they did borrow a lot of shares so far this morning, Jabibs. So far in Stonka Tracker, we've seen about 1.35 million. Yesterday it was like 350,000 in total. So we're already a million over compared to what they did yesterday, and I think the day before was pretty low too. Cole says people should study patterns and fractals more. Mind blowing how often things repeat themselves in the market. I used to think that it was BS until I really learned it. Cole, dude, like I'm just shaking my head here. You can't see me shaking my head, but yes, yes, these things repeat themselves over and over and over. The patterns that are there are just, it's sick. It's sick to see how like blatantly obvious it is. Hmm. I'm gonna add one more thing. I'm gonna add one more thing to my get off my lawn. And just because I said that I would probably do it too, because if I was 24, saw everybody else was doing it, and I'd do it too, jumping off the bridge with everybody else. I'm gonna say this: I've learned some hard lessons in my lifetime and how I invest my money. My hope is that everybody who does decide to go trade in options, I hope you learn a lesson. I hope you learn a good lesson, because I would rather you learn the lesson soon and quick and fast and hard than learning it a hard lesson slower. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you're going to invest money in options, start small, because if you get good at it and you don't lose for a while and then suddenly you lose and you lose it all, it'll just be a small amount. It won't be as hard of a lesson on you. Sometimes it takes a hard lesson to really learn though. But just be careful. Cole said, told my son the jump off the bridge friends line, said he'd be the one with the parachute. I told him, yeah, isn't that what we all think when we're young? Oh, don't worry about me. They're all jumping off, but I got my parachute on. Uh-huh, sure you do. And who packed your chute? Your friends? Your friends probably all packed your chute and said, yeah, you're good to go, man, but we don't need chutes. We'll be okay. So you're saying it matters how high the bridge is. Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, man. The higher the bridge is, the harder the lesson is, right? And usually the harder you learn, the less you're likely to make or repeat the mistake. So yeah. Mindshift Mastermind says made 40% off Tesla calls. I'm 30 seconds on market open today. I'm happy now. Time to buy some AMC shares. I mean, that's this is like the overwhelming response that I get every single time I have somebody who is trying to convince me that playing options is the way to go. The every single time, Mindshift, the prevailing answer is that I'm going to use the money that I have to buy more AMC shares every single time, and I say, awesome, that's great, thank you, appreciate that. That's awesome that you're doing that. If you win, I've also said before that if you win 80% of the time in options, congratulations. You're not like everybody else. You're way ahead of the game. So if you're doing well, that's awesome. Congratulations. Be careful. As the Wolf of Wall Street said, anybody can make money in a bullish market. Making money in a bearish market is only for the professionals. Hey, you're welcome, man. I'm glad that it's working out for you. Because more than anything, I want to see retail win, man. That's first and foremost my hopes is that we are absolutely screwing these hedgies. So if you're winning money, if you're making money right now, that's awesome, dude. I really think that's great. Earnings report. What time is the earnings report? Hold on a second. August 10th. I'm assuming you mean CPI, right? I'm assuming that. If you're talking about CPI, then that's not until August 10th. If you're talking about GDP, if you want the gross domestic product, that actually already occurred, and that's 9.9% down. So Q1 was down 1.6, and Q2 was negative 0.9. It already happened. Brian Carpenter says, I thought you were supposed to pack your own parachute. Why don't you ask my mom about that? Apparently, my mom packed my dad's parachute, and yeah, that's a good story. It's a fun story. She should tell sometime. She packed his parachute, and it didn't open. I mean, it opened, but it was all twisted up, and it's an interesting story. My dad, he survived. It's really I used to love my dad telling that story because it was really kind of it sounded like super harrowing. I think that's the right word. I'm not sure. Or super thrilling. Because he tells the story like how he's falling and he's got the parachute uh, streamer out the top and it's like twisted up, right? The parachute's twisted up, and so he thinks like, well, I'll just twist my arms in a certain way, get my body to spin in a certain direction, and I'll untwist it. And somehow he magically manages to twist his body and untwist the parachute so that it opens enough to where to where I guess I think he landed and hit his on a car windshield or something like that, and either broke his leg or hurt his. I don't remember if he broke it or not, but ended up hurting his leg, and then before he would let them take him to the hospital, he made my mom jump because she was supposed to jump, and he's like, I want to see her jump now. Oh man, it's kind of a funny. I don't know. It's kind of a funny story. Ralph, I don't think that they ever went skydiving again after that. I think that was the last time they went skydiving. I don't know. You'd have to ask her. I don't know for sure if that's the case or not, but I think that may have been their last time skydiving. She's gonna send me a text message here in a minute. I can see it coming. See, the interesting thing about the story, Ralph, is that my dad missed some of the classes. So I think he missed the days where he was supposed to learn how to pack his chute, and so that's why my mom packed it for him. I think he was technically supposed to have been a part of the classes that, uh, how to pack the chute or whatever. Um, but he probably shouldn't have been jumping. I'm pretty sure that whoever said that you're supposed to pack your own parachute, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Tom says, Casey in the 18th Airborne Corps, we called that the cigar roll when everything was so twisted up. Um, the other part to that story, Tom, I think, is that because he hadn't gone through all the classes, I think he didn't know he didn't know where to pull the release on the chute that he had to get the secondary to go out. And so had he just pulled his secondary, it would have just gotten caught up in the primary. And so it was actually really good that he didn't go through the class, because otherwise he would have probably pulled the secondary and probably would have never had a parachute open. So not at least not properly. Oh, you guys were talking about the earnings report from AMC. I'm sorry. Yeah, 8-4 is the day. My bad. Sorry. I just saw what PC3 wrote there and I was like, "Oh, wait, I didn't realize what you were talking about." See, yeah, BioLife is talking. If you guys don't know what a paper account is, a lot of different like Webull actually has a paper account. You can come over to yeah, it's this bottom icon down here. You can play around for free with Webull. You don't even have to have an account, I don't believe. And you can paper trade. And paper trading is it's like playing with Monopoly money. There are some drawbacks to paper trading in regards to options, because it assumes that you can make your trade on the selling side or the closing position of your options, and that's not always the case in the market. Just because you want to sell for a certain price doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a buy. So that's kind of a little bit of a sticking point with because that's, in my opinion, that's actually really important. The closing of a position, you know, you could very potentially think that you're a great paper trader in options, and then find out very quickly that it doesn't work out for you. your methodology doesn't work out for you when you're actually trading and in the market itself with real money. Casey's Broken Mug says, Casey, there's an interesting story about me. My first time ever in a plane was to do a 13,000-foot tandem parachute jump. When we left the plane, I genuinely thought I was going to die. Yeah, that's probably a genuine feeling for everybody. I would imagine. It's that moment that hits you like, why did I just leave a perfectly good flying airplane? and then the parachute opens and you're like, oh, well, that's good. Fork says ISDA Phase 6 is international and I would therefore assume less likely to be postponed or canceled. If Atomera pounces after earnings, it could be interesting in August and September. I'm not gonna hold any dates, Forks. You know what I mean? 2 weeks. Tom says those are the longest 4 seconds of one's life. I can imagine, man. James says PPT to the rescue. I'm going to show you guys something real quick here. This is something that I had pulled up yesterday, and I want to just kind of show you. I don't even know what this is going to look like, but I just want to show you something interesting that occurred. I think at least yesterday compared to today. Let me take this out to a 5-minute and see a little bit differently here. Try and get everything on one page. So in contrast, so this is a bunch of different stocks right here that you're seeing on the page here. It's anything from, I'll just read them all off to you. AMC, GME, Amazon, Tesla, Netflix, Meta, Ford, Snapple, PayPal, BBIG, Sens, Ader, CMG, and SNDL. Just a bunch of different positions. And I want you to just see how, like on a normal trading day, how a lot of these crossover on, on different points where, like, they're not all necessarily trading the same. And then yesterday we had the interest rate basis points increased by 75, and leading up to that, there's not a whole the market. It was almost like the market died. Everything just kind of came to like a standstill, and then they finally released the numbers and things started moving a little bit more. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong day. Is right here. Everything kind of came to a standstill right in this time frame, right in here. I'm kind of curious what today is going to look like. I can already see right now on the blue one, which is AMC, it's already had a really big spike upwards in the beginning of the market that crossed a couple different securities here as it was moving. Let's see, it crossed. These aren't to scale, by the way, but it crossed GME, it crossed Meta. No, well, yeah, it crossed Meta. But I think it's kind of interesting where usually these are trading kind of they should be trading pretty much like all over the place, but they tend to follow each other, and it's kind of interesting to see when it happens. It's like the entire market just decides to quit trading and or trades everything like either sideways or exactly the same. Hayden says the Atlanta Fed changed their GDP numbers to 1.2. I haven't heard another Fed make a prediction. Do you know if that's normal? Hayden, I can't honestly say that I've been tracking it enough to say that whether or not that's normal. But what I would say is this, is that if you go to that link that's in the very top up there, you can go to the page that I'm looking at right now. You can go to current release. And I read this out a little while ago. And I just want to note this right here, this last sentence of this first paragraph. The GDP estimate released today is based on source data that are incomplete or subject to further revision by the source agency. The second estimate for the second quarter, based on more complete data, will be released on August 25th. If this is normal, I don't know. I don't know if this is normal or not. But they're saying that this preliminary number is zero point 0.9 based off of incomplete data, and that they'll have a better number by August 25th, a month from now. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Tony says I'm about to take a 3-hour flight to Costa Rica. No MOASS till then. Tony, make sure you got internet Wi-Fi while you're down there. Find out where your local find out where your local Starbucks are if they have them. I don't know what they've got in Costa Rica, but find something. BioLife, I guess I'll have to have my mom tell that story. 'Cause quite honestly, I don't I feel like he missed more classes than he was supposed to. Like the way that I remember them telling the story is that he had missed more than he was supposed to, and he shouldn't have been jumping. That's what I understand. Why he missed the classes, I don't know. I don't even know if I've ever even asked that question. I have no idea why he missed them. ABC says, why bother changing the number when they can just change the definition like they normally do? That's a great question, man. But you didn't even make it a question. You actually put exclamation points, which I think is even more hysterical. You're welcome, Hayden. If I knew that answer, Hayden, I would tell you. I just don't know the answer. What I could do, let me see. Let me see something real quick here. Um, hmm, oh wow, this is kind of cool. So I just clicked on a link down on that same page that I've got up in the link there. There's something called historical comparisons. You can actually click on historical comparisons, and it takes you over to a page here where it shows GDP. Last period with equal value was 1957 Q2. Last period with larger value was Q4 of this last year. Last period with smaller value was Q1. It has some interesting stats on here. Very interesting stats. And I'm just looking through to see if there's any dates that kind of stand out in my mind and what they government consumption expenditures and gross investment. State and local is down 1.2 cents. It's the same. Last time it was like this was 1976 at Q4. Gas shortages happened after that because I know I was born and it was probably like 2 or 3 years after that they had the gas shortages. Maybe it was 3 years, 1979 maybe. I don't remember the exact year. I just know I was young. For the fact that I can remember sitting in a car though, waiting for my parents to get gas was I remember that. I don't know what year it was. It might have been 1979, but I remember it. These are some interesting numbers though. Net exports of goods and services is actually up right now. Imports are down. National defense is up. Not wrong. Somebody had mentioned earlier that they see people out spending money all over the place, and I would say you're not wrong because some of the current dollar measurements that are in here are up pretty high. Gross domestic purchases are up 8.2 as an example. Government consumption expenditures and gross investment. Federal is down 3.2. National defense is up 2.5. Net exports of goods and services is up 18. Some interesting numbers there. I'm gonna have to probably go through this page here and see if there's not like a file that I can find on other current releases from the past, and see, Hayden, if those numbers are see if that's normal for the follow-up release of numbers is like a month behind. I really don't honestly know if that's the case, if that's the usual or not. Revision information. I don't know. I would just go to that link for sure. Like if you guys want to see some more information on this, looks like there's a lot of really good information in that link that I've got pinned to the top on that page. The more you want to see, I mean, there's lots of information there for you. Hayden says, so I had to work for years to fly a plane, but you can miss some classes and jump out of one. Makes sense. Uh, nobody, Hayden, see, here's the thing. Nobody cares about the guys jumping out of the plane. They only care about the guys who are flying them. Cassius, good morning to you. GDP reported down 0.9%. Thorbladed says, just got off the phone with Fauci. He confirmed MOASS is today at 2 p.m. Yeah, GD is correct. Imports should be up with a stronger dollar, and dollar has been rising. Yeah, Pro Jeweler, even on odd days for gas. I actually remember my parents talking about that, like in conversation, about whether they could go get gas. Fork says there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in the general population right now. What specific in regards to what specifically? Like, is there what do you feel like you're seeing? I'm just kind of curious. We got about 4 minutes here before I got to take a look at the numbers again. Donkey Kong says I went to a nearby casino on a win. You know what? That's actually that would be a great statistic to be looking up, Donkey Kong. I believe right before you see things get really, really bad, people start gambling more. Look at how much the what are we at $1 billion right now in the lottery? And I don't even know what states it is that that lottery is that high, but people start to get more risky with their money just before times are rough. Trying to hit the jackpot because they're feeling some tension or gambling is one of those really sick habits, guys, where when you don't have the money, you spend it. Um, it's really, really it's sick. Instead of doing the right thing and saving and trying to make yourself better the right ways, people look for quick outs. And so you start seeing like a rise in lottery numbers. Would be something I would probably think that you would start seeing more of. People taking chances. BioLife Hemp says, I remember the day I woke up in 1979 and thought someone stole my bike. Mom then told me dad rode it to work because no gas in the car. I was stuck making mud pies all day in the dirt with a water hose. Did you ever collect the bumblebees in the Coke bottles? Because everything that you just said there resonates with me. I remember my dad used to ride the bike everywhere. He used to put me on the back of the bike and take me places on a bike, and I would be stuck playing in mud pies. I couldn't ride a bike at the time, but I'd be stuck. I was playing with mud pies, and then I remember catching bumblebees, or not bumblebees, but honeybees in bottles. Yeah, Fork says they're truly not seeing what is happening economically speaking. I agree. I'm seeing that a lot too. Nope, not talking about options. Remember, guys, BC says something really kind of scary here to me. YOLOing on AMC. Now, remember the rules. I've got 3 golden rules in the description box here, guys. Number 1 rule, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. I can't stress this enough, guys. Be careful. I'm not saying that I don't think that this is going to happen. What I'm trying to say is that you're not going to feel the pressures that a lot of people are feeling and expressing if you're not putting money that you need in the future into AMC. So I want you guys to remember that first and foremost. That is absolutely crucial to you being able to hold your position for as long as you need to. And it doesn't impact you when you end up having to hold for a year and a half like we've been in this. So or actually a year and 7 months. Well, it's a year and a half because we started late January. Some of us started late January. But you know what I'm saying? Like if time's on your side, if you put time on your side, then you can become the winner. When you try to force time against you, then it's going to make you not a winner. So be very, very careful. The Big Tramp says KCDC oil going back to normal prices. What's normal? I mean, that's what's a recession? I'll tell you one thing's for sure. One thing's for sure, Big Tramp. I never thought in a million years that when I was hold on, what year was that? That was I'm gonna say it was like 98 or 99. 1998 or 99. I want to say it was 98ish. In 1998 or 90, maybe it could have been 97. In 1997 or 98. Wait, hold on. I know when it was. I know how old it was 96 or 97. In 1996 or 97, I never thought in a million years I would see gas prices at 99 cents a dollar or 99 cents a gallon. I never thought I would see it lower than a dollar again ever in my life. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that oil prices are going to go up or they're going to go down, but I can tell you that what's happening in the economy always does seem to impact oil prices. So there's a very strong chance that we'll see prices in the future that we've never seen before in both directions, both high and low. You probably thought you'd never see gas under $1.50 or $2. That may be in the future, just not right now. BC, you're welcome. I want you to be safe. That's all. I want you to be safe, and I want you to be able to have a sound peace of mind on your position. Hayden says, I just bought one Mega Million ticket for 1.025 billion. I pledge half of my winnings to AMC shares. You're all welcome. I'm the catalyst. I can't wait for it to be the case, man. Ray says, I'm buying Mega Million tickets. I don't even know if they do it. I don't even know if that billion is in the state of Texas. Anybody know if the state of Texas is part of that? Somebody let me know. I don't know. I'm gonna take a look at the numbers, guys. It's 10:03. It's time. I really want my mom to come on and talk about that parachuting story. I think it'd be kind of funny. Although I think she's busy right now, but she's watching my nephews, or at least I think she is. Taking a look at the numbers here, guys. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys are writing at this point, so hold those comments or thoughts if you want me to address them, because I may not see them when I come back. But let's take a look and see what's going on here. Off exchange. As of an hour ago, 58.17 and EDGX was at 13.12. For those of you who are new around here, CBOE EDGX is the ETF funds that are in the options. It's the options being traded through the ETFs. So I track the off exchange and the EDGX. There are other exchanges in here that are also off exchanges that are traded part of AMC's volume. I only count the two biggest ones. Everything else is I'd have to do a lot of research on each one of these exchanges and trying to figure out which one is which, and for just to grab maybe 2 or 3% more of our total volume. So just know that when I give you guys these numbers that I'm just looking at just those two. Our current numbers are at 58.53. Oops. And 12.32 through the EDGX for a total of 70.85% of our off-exchange volume, majority of our volume, off-exchange volume, going through the off-exchanges. That's 70% is really high. Anything higher than 64 is a lot. Taking a look at Ortex data here, and as of an hour ago, there was 392,000 shares having been traded, borrowed rather. It's saying 1.69 million now. That's higher than what it was, so that's going to have the impact of increasing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.68%. Cost of borrow average is at 9.81, has not gone up, and as I suggested, I thought it might. Not yet, anyways. Cost to borrow max is at 12.51 and min is at 8.84. Shares on loan went up about a million shares day over day to 143.98. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of volume for the call options an hour ago was at a $15 strike price. There was 10,000 contracts. There's now 13.8, so that cooled off pretty quick. Those cow patty stompers said, "Whoa, whoa." Let's see here. On the puts, an hour ago at a $14 strike price, we had 4.9 thousand contracts. We now have 7.6. A little less than a 2-to-1 in call versus put volume, but the market's still kind of indicating a closing price somewhere between 14 and 15 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at orders filled by Fidelity customers. Oops, dang that went quick. GME is in 23rd with 68% buys to 32% sales, and AMC is in 28th with 56% buys to 44% sales. That's less than the 60-40 amount that I like to see. So we're struggling a little bit on our buy orders. $13.03 is the trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day. Shares are only being mostly returned right now. There has been another borrowing of 50,000 shares in here. I'm going to add that to the 1.35, giving us a total of 1.4 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day. That is definitely elevated. Fees are at 7.2%. 117.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 15.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 43.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 10,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.04, Dow Jones is up 0.06, and the S&P 500 is up 0.18. We currently have a declining market over advancing just barely with 3,415 decliners to 3,235 advancers. The VIX is down 1.72. However, the SPY is up 0.21. Very interesting. Not the way it's... Oh, no, that is the way it's supposed to be. VIX goes down when the SPY goes up. That's right. Those are correct numbers. IWB is up 0.19, IWD is down 0.07, IWM is down 0.04, Tesla is up 1.99, Amazon is down 0.49, Cinemark is down 1.49, Doge is down 1.22, Bitcoin is up 0.8, GameStop is up 1.1, HYMC is up 3.49. Did I say down or up on GME? GME is down 1.1. HYMC is up 3.49, Hood is down 1.07, NCMI is up 4.44, and AMC is up 1.21%. Looking at our inflow versus outflow, there's currently $300,000 more of inflow than outflow, and we've traded 12.06 million shares so far for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 99 minutes of trading. Puts us on pace for about 47.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I had suggested in pre-market 15 to 35. That'll likely come down, continue to come down, unless there's a run-up in volume by the end of the day. Currently, there is, on the weekly interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.76, which is below average, slightly below average. On the daily, we have, excuse me a second. Currently, we have on the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.92, which is about average. Looks like a divergence forming on the buying and selling pressures on the vortex indicator. On the 1 hour interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 56.66. That is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.07, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, we've had multiple divergences of the buying and selling pressure on the vortex indicator, with currently there being more buying pressure and an RSI of 54.97, which is slightly above average. Max pain is at $14.50. We are at $14.54 currently. Hovering right around those synthetic price failure values. 1478, 1469, and 1442. We're just kind of playing around with those right now. Let's see if I can get an idea where we're heading. Nope, no idea. I almost kind of knew what I knew I don't know where this is going yet. I'm gonna need some more data here. I could probably get an idea. Hold on a second. All I'm gonna do is pretty much just draw like a ray here. I don't know. I don't know where it's heading right now. But I'd look at this as a level of support here on this bottom side here. So if it breaks down below this, you know, it might start to run a little bit. I'm not seeing any kind of pattern analysis here that I'm familiar with. Not yet, anyways. Could do something like this. Either way, this is really shoddy, and it would be breaking out here pretty soon if it did do something like this. The trend channel on this is pointing to the bottom side, which could indicate breaking upwards, but we'll see. Wedges are real difficult. They're hard ones to figure out where they're going. Pumpy on August 4th is the earnings report Q2 for the shareholder meeting for AMC. M Height's going 30 to 40 million. I think there's a chance. I do think that there's a chance on 30. Somewhere between 30 and 35. But I can imagine that they're going to be trying to drop this volume here most of the day today. I have a really strong feeling that they want to see volume stay low. Is August 4th now back on the burner, playing catch up today? I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm not putting any emphasis on August 4th, and the reason I say that is Adam Aron didn't say it was going to be on August 4th. He just said it wouldn't be before then. So whether or not, all I'm going to say is this: I will make this announcement. Watch HYMC tomorrow and see what happens. See if volume drives up on HYMC. Don't let it be a distraction, but just watch volume tomorrow on HYMC. I'll explain to you guys later what I think. What I think if I see it happen, If we see massive amounts of volume occurring tomorrow on HYMC, I'll tell you guys later why I'm saying that. But just watch for it. I think there's a possibility. Actually, let's look in today and see what's volume's doing for the day today, so we can kind of get like a benchmark. Volume for today is at 1.07 million. Their average 3-month volume is 8.9. If we were to calculate to see where that's going to be in volume for them for the day today, we would take 106 minutes. Wait, 106 minutes? Yeah, 106. Their average pace of volume for the day today by the end of the day is around 3.93 million, so it's kind of low. But watch for extra volume potentially tomorrow, maybe Monday. But I'll tell you guys why later. Marco's saying, are you seeing at least like a mini run to 17 to 20 by next week? I hate to make those kind of predictions, man. I don't know. Look, here's the thing, Nate. I gotta be real careful. I gotta be really, really careful about what I say. And I don't want to steer people in the wrong direction, right? That's not what I'm here to do. So, if we see like really large amounts of volume on it tomorrow, I'll explain why I think it is that it's occurring. But if there's nothing that happens tomorrow, then that's just the way it is. It's just I have a thought. I have a thought about why I might expect to see more volume on HYMC. And if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm okay with it either way. But I wouldn't let it change anything that it is you guys are going to do on a normal basis. Like don't do anything different. BioLife Hemp says, "Damn, Casey, now you're like a TV show. It gives us just enough information to make us tune in." That's not what I'm trying to do, man. That's not what I'm trying to do. Um, hmm. That didn't happen yet, Yishin. We still got some time. I think you're looking at it a little bit too early on that one. Failure to delivers on that is not until quite a few days from now. Today's the 28th, which aligns up with 1.2 million. The 9 million that delivers isn't until 28th, or 8/2 would be the day. 8/2 would be the day that 9 million is due by. So you're a little bit early on your AMC GME EFT announcement. And it's not just because there's that many shares doesn't mean that it's EFT if it doesn't have, if there's not like a lot of pressure to buy shares by then. BC says, now you're in a pickle. I'm not in a pickle. I'm just saying, there may be a chance that we see some heavy volume. Leon says, don't say it, Casey. We can wait till tomorrow. Yeah, let's just wait. Let's just wait and see what happens. EJ De Collector says, "Hey Casey, why rate borrowing fee has not gone up? It went from 8.5, now it stays at 7.2." Um, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know why institutions make rates what they make them. But all I can tell you is this: we were at way lower rates a long time ago. Much lower, like one and 2%, less than a percent. So these numbers at 8.5 and 7.2 are definitely hurting institutions that are having to borrow shares. Love you too, BioLife Hemp. No homo. It didn't stay the same, Future Will. It actually went way up. It spiked. If you come over here and you look at it now, if you look at the average volume, it says 14.04 million. If you go back to the day when it first initially had switched, the average 3 month volume was much lower. It was like I think it was about 3 or 4 million on the average 3 month volume. So it absolutely spiked a crap ton, massively. Like what is that? 5 times, nearly 5 times the amount of volume, and yet it was only split four. That's a big difference. Win is in terms of Ethereum Classic and AMC. You're the second person that's asked me about that today. I want to say it was like 5 or 6 months ago. AP and I were looking into that. AP was showing me about how Ethereum Classic was so similar to AMC over time. I agree that it does look very similar. In regards to what do I know about it, I'll tell you this. There are some very distinct patterns that happen and repeat themselves over and over throughout our entire market on all stocks, right? Trading patterns. They are real. They reoccur. They are a thing. And they can really help you to identify what's going to happen in the future. Um, Let me pull it up, Future Will, and I'll show you. Hold on a second. So I think you need to track a little bit better because it looks like you're centered in on what's just been happening over the last 3 days. Because you're seeing July 25th through the 27th as 5.6, 4.8, 4.2, and then so far for the day-to-day 1.5. But what I want you to see here is that volume since July 7th there was 30.3 million traded on July 7th. The 8th was 13.1, 7.5 on the 11th, 16.8 on the 12th, 13.7 on the 13th. The 14th had 20.9, 9.8 on the 15th, 11.1 on the 18th, 12.8 on the 19th, and 11.4 on the 20th, 9.2 on the 21st. Those numbers were not that high a long time ago. Wait. They were much lower. Hold on a second. Where was the 3 to 4 million? What the heck? I'm actually seeing much larger numbers here. Hold on one second. I've got some other data here on another sheet. They actually are, but they have been high in the past. Here's the 4-to-1 stock split right here on the 22nd. Hold on a second. I've got some other data here on another page. Let me just check something real quick here. Calls puts, no. Not that page. No, that's something else. Three. Okay, so and I've got these numbers. I've got these numbers listed from. I've got GME listed for the average volume from 8 to. Actually, I think these are weekly numbers here. These weekly numbers here are 813, 820, 827, 93. So I think these are these are weekly numbers that I've got for volume and the average volume during that period of time. You can see here it was 1.2 million, 7.2, 3.2, 4.1, 3.1, 2.4, 1.9, and 1.13. So the numbers that you're seeing now, I think, have been adjusted for the 4-to-1 split, likely. My guess is that why it's reporting different numbers now, you would probably have to divide those numbers by 4 to get what they would have been from the past. Maybe. I'm not sure why it's showing those numbers now, because if I go back now and I look at those months, nope, those are the numbers. They were 3 and 4 here. August 24th had 51 million. It's showing some larger numbers in here, but yeah, these have been altered because this is a report that I pulled a long time ago, and it's not changing, right? Like it's not. These averages are from August to the end of September, right? And if you go back and you look at August through September, you can see that there's numbers in here that are in the multiple millions, like 58, 51. There's no way I could have gotten the numbers that I got unless they've altered the numbers. So these numbers are all, you need to divide all those numbers by 4. They've changed the numbers because I can tell you right now, I pulled this data here. The average for this time frame from 8/13 to 10/8, the average volume through that entire time frame was 3,087 share or 3.087 million shares on average for GME. And that's data, that's hard data that I pulled from that time frame. So whatever you're seeing now when you're pulling the data is altered data because of the split. I mean, I can tell you only because I cover this stuff on such a regular basis. Those numbers, like this average that it's showing right now, you need to divide it by 4. That's what it was before because it was about 3. Well, hold on a second here. Let me just divide it because it was about 3 point something. Let me divide 14.04 by 4 and see what happens. Because I can almost guarantee you that's what it was. Yeah, 3.51 sounds just about right. So There's more volume. There's more volume occurring right now. The only reason I know this, though, like I say, is because I've been looking at these numbers so consistently for so long. I know what they were, and I actually mentioned it to everybody just before it happened. I said, "You wait until after this. When the split occurs, you're going to see volume massively spike." Yeah, future whale, those numbers are wrong. They're not right. I'm telling you, I've got the data from the past. I've got the data from the past. I've got hard set data from on an Excel spreadsheet. It's not pulled from anywhere. It's actually manually entered. And I'm telling you right now that the volume were not those numbers that you're seeing. The numbers that are being reported are multiplied by 4 times. I can tell you, you can go back. Here's this. Future Whale, go back to the date, go back to some of my streams, like a day or two before the split. And I actually pull it up on, and I talk about it. And you'll see the actual numbers. You'll see the numbers that are in there. Cassius says, I think very soon we could see a massive rug pull on Bitcoin. I think that if we do see that, Cassius, it will probably be when we see SPY fall. BioLife says, wow, Casey mentions HYMC and it's up already 5%. And it was already up before. It was up like 4% already when I mentioned it. I was just throwing it out there. Doug, good morning to you. We are on the bang, and typically speaking, in the bang phase, price should stay relatively the same. It has not. This has been one of the few times where price has not remained relatively the same to our starting value, which I'm calling 1413. So 1413 is what price should stay relatively close to. And then volume should decrease over time. Now we've actually seen something different happen in this bang phase. What we saw initially was we saw a drop in price from 1413, and then we saw a sudden spike in volume, and price started to rise with it to correct for the downwards pressure that we saw in price to 12. Hold on a second. To 12. No, 1109. Down to 1109. And then we saw the reverse side to that, which was going up to 1837, and now we've come back down and we're kind of hovering in that same range and seeing volume drop like it's supposed to during the bang phase. So we're kind of back on track as far as price goes, relatively being close to the same around 1413, and seeing volume day over day should be decreasing. We're seeing a little bit of volume rising right now, but it's not spiking. BioLife Hemp says Asia's richest woman loses half of her 24 billion fortune since last year from China's housing market. Now the rich are starting to feel the pain. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take off to break here. Like I said before, this isn't really a breakout of anything right here. I really didn't even want to draw this line on the top. I'm just gonna say that this looks like a good support line here on the bottom side. I think that is holding and supporting on this bottom side. I don't know where we're headed. It could, I don't know. I'm not sure where this is heading. I just know that this bottom side looks like a good support line that we're trending up. I need more data to see where this is going to head. So we have been in the bang phase for approximately. Oh, hold on, I haven't filled in all the dates recently. Let me get them in here real quick. 7/22, 7/25. 1 second, and I'll give you the answer. "24 days. Today's day number 24. In terms of other periods of cycles that we've seen, we've had a cycle in the past that we saw that was 34 days. This cycle right here was extremely short. This one was only 3 days long. This one was 5 days. This one was 7 days. This one was 4 days. This one was 4 days. This one was 12 days. And that's all I've got. Out of all the cycles that we've seen so far, that's all I've got. So the days are increasing. These cycles are increasing in general. You can see from just the span of how long some of these cycles are starting to take. They're becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. But 34 days was the last cycle. This cycle is currently on 24 days. Trading, not days in a row, just trading days. Yeah, the 34, out of all the cycles that I've tracked so far, Doug, 34 was the longest. And these are just trading days, not actual days. Excuse me. Hold on a second. Okay, I just wanted to look and see on Bitcoin. The only way that I see any kind of bullish movement on Bitcoin is if it breaks 24.8, which is about $1,000 off from that right now. $1,200 off. Kim, how's it going? Good to see you. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break here. I'm kind of leaving a little bit late, but I will take a break till 11:10 and see you guys back. Future whale, it's real simple. Since I'm historically recording here, you can go back and look and see. Like I said, you can go like the day before. I think the day before the split. If you went back to I can actually do it before I go. I'll just come back later. All right, I'll pull this up. I'll pull it up for you, Future Whale, and show you. Because I know I was talking about the volume increasing massively after the split. So let me pull it up and show it to you. Let me find it on a past video. It's a good thing I named these things. They split on the 22nd, right? Housing market. Where is it? So it should be the 18th, I would imagine. So maybe the 17th. Let me see, 7/17 might be the day I'm looking for. Nope, that's not a date. Let's see, it's probably going to be 7/15 or 14. Reach for your cockles, or AMC has Lahasers. Let's see, which one should I do? Let's go with the 15th, because I think it was pretty much the day before the 18th. That's going to be painful to go through. All right, I'm going to go to break, and while I do that, I'm actually going to just sit here and look it up to see when it was that I pulled it up, but I'll find it for you. And if I have to, I'll just tweet it out. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Looking to take your content to the next level? Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to premium tracks for only $6.99 a month. So what are you waiting for? Go premium now.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. In regards to, I don't know if, hopefully, who was it that was asking earlier? Future Whale, I believe, is the one who was asking maybe about it, or maybe it was I'm a Professional. I don't remember. Well, whoever it was that I was talking to in regards to volume on GME, here's all the information that you need to find right here. You can see very clearly. I pulled this from the 115, sorry, 115, 715 video feed prior to the split, as you can see by price right here at 136.20. The average 3-month volume was 3.44. Those numbers have been changed. They've been altered to reflect the split. I'm telling you right now, all the numbers that you're seeing, that you're pulling right now, is old data. You got to monitor this stuff on a day-to-day basis and know that it's been modified. It's changed. I've got actual other, I think I have other data as well. Give me just 1 second. I think there's one other source that I can pull from volume. Maybe I might have it, I might not have it. Give me just 1 second. I can find something because I know I did one other piece of work here. Let's see, where's it at? I think it might be this one. Yep. Nope, that's not it. Perhaps this one? Nope, that's not it either. Who did I send it to? Oh, wait. I think I know who. 1 second. I think I know where to find it. Ah, yeah. Here we go. One last piece of evidence. I did an average monthly volume. Let's change that. Let's do this one. I did an average monthly volume on GME starting from July until June of this year. And this is it right here. I did an Excel breakdown on this GME volume. In July of last year, it was 2.5 million. In August of last year, it was 3.7. In September, it was 3. In October, it was 1.7. In November, it was 2.53. In December, it was 2.7. In January, it was 4.23. In February, it was 2.43. In March, it was 6.91. In April, it was 2.89. In May, it was 4.38. And in June, it was 3.58. Averaging all of those out, the average monthly volume was 3.39. Very, very, very close to that number that I posted just a few minutes ago in the average 3-month volume on Twitter being 3.44 million shares. The average from 1 year's worth of data, average volume was 3.39. The 3-month average was 3.44, being very, very close to the same. I'm telling you right now, it was much lower volume. You gotta watch these numbers, guys. They'll change them on you. BioLife says, put up the Discord link. Um, hold on a second. Was it under the general chat? Oh, this guy? Andrew Tate thinks every world system is corrupt. I don't know. Let me listen to that one on the side first. I'll listen to that one on the side first. I don't know if I want to just throw that one up. I'll listen to it on my next break, and if it's something that I want to put up, I will. BioLife. I'm gonna hold off for right now. Jana, good morning to you. I guess it's time to take a look at our numbers. Shall we do that? Let's see what's going on here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider it. It could help protect you against somebody getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If you don't like it, take it back off. I've encountered two problems last week with it, and I actually found some workarounds, so feel a little bit better about that. But you know, on your MOASS checklist, having your broker numbers and being able to contact them quickly is always a good thing to have. Let's see here. Taking you guys over to the other page, I'm not going to be able to see if I haven't touched on what it is you guys have said. Hold those thoughts for me. I won't be answering questions or commenting on anything you guys say until I'm done doing the presentation on numbers for the hour. In off exchange an hour ago, there was 58.53% going through there and 12.32 through the EDGX. Let's see where that's at now. 59.62 and 11.66 through the EDGX, giving us a total of 71.28, which is up from an hour ago. That's a lot of volume going through that off exchange. Taking a look at Ortex data here, an hour ago there was 1.69 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.2. Cost to borrow average is at 9.87, max is at 12.51, and min is at 8.84. We currently have shares on loan at 143.98, which is about a million shares day over day more in on loan amounts. And taking a look at the options, an hour ago at a $15 strike price, there was 13.8 thousand contracts. There's now 20.1. Looks like we got some more cow patty stepping going on here. At a $14 strike price, an hour ago we had 7.6 thousand contracts. We now have 8.5. Market's still signaling towards a 14 to 15 close for the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is currently in 25th with 68% buys at 32% sales. AMC is in 29th with 54% buys at 46% sales. AMC is struggling a little bit with buy orders right now. Trigger price is at 13.03%. Shares available to borrow has gone down since earlier today pretty dramatically. It looks like they've borrowed another additional 200,000 shares and then returned 50. That's going to put us at 1.6 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. The fees have dropped from 7.2 to 7%. Currently, there's 121.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 9.5 that are in the money. 27,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12.12 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.41, Dow Jones is up 0.69, S&P 500 is up 0.67. The market is now currently advancing with 3,909 advancers to 2,800 decliners. We have VIX is down 3.27, IWB is up 0.72, IWD is up 0.55, IWM is up 0.82, Tesla's up 1.24, Amazon is up 0.28, Cinemark is down 0.21, Doge is up 2.74, Bitcoin is up 4.01, and somebody said, look at the cryptocurrencies ripping. I don't even know how you would call that a rip. It doesn't even look close to a rip to me. GME is down 1.39, HYMC is up 5.04, Hood is up I don't even think HYMC is ripping right now. It's only up 5.04%. It's more than either Doge or Bitcoin. NCMI is up 5.19. AMC is up 0.62%. In regards to inflow versus outflow, there's currently $1 million more in outflow for AMC, with 15.83 million shares having been traded. This last hour's had like hardly any volume whatsoever in contrast to the rest of the day. Let's figure out what kind of pace we're on here. We've traded for 174 minutes, putting us on pace for about 35.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 15 and 35 million shares. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to send my wife a text message real quick here. I just remembered something. All right. Taking a look at, what was I on to next? Oh yeah. Taking a look at the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.55, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.34, which is about average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.66, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.26, which is just about average. Slightly above average, rather. On a 5-minute interval, we've had multiple crossovers here on the Vortex indicator over the last 20 minutes, with more buying pressure currently and RSI at 48.09, which is just slightly below average. It's pretty much about average. And it has actually, oh no, never mind. Just kidding. We broke that level of support, that level of support line that we had moving up here throughout the day, starting at around 12:09, almost 20 minutes ago, 17 minutes ago. Let me see if I can get an idea for where we're going to be heading to. I don't know. I'd really kind of just bet on that 1450. Maybe a push down towards the end of the day, maybe 14 and a quarter. And with that, I will be able to see what you guys are writing again. Oland, how's it going? Yucca Frida, good to see you. Yucca, I was watching Mass. I think I was watching Mass's show when I went to sleep last night. I was watching his show that he had on earlier in the day, and he says Yucca. I think he calls you Yucca. I call you Yucca. and I have a feeling he's probably right and I'm wrong. So I apologize if I've been calling your name the wrong thing this whole time, but you know how it is with me and names around here. But I noticed when he was calling off the name, I was like, "Hey, Yucca's over," and I notice all you guys when he calls. Whenever I go into a live stream, or actually his wasn't a live. I was watching it was recorded earlier in the day. It was just something for me to fall asleep to. And but anyways, I heard your name mentioned, and I was like, I know that person. They their name is sounding different when it's pronounced not by me. So anyways, I apologize. I'll still probably continue to call you Yucca Frida, just because I think it's funny. You can call me Hot Koch. Oh man, can I really? Can I really call you Hot Koch? Are you really Hot Koch? Wouldn't that be something, guys? If Yucca was Hot Koch this whole time, that would actually be really cool. If you are Hot Koch, we want to talk to you. You better come on here. You got to do an interview. We want to hear about your movie ideas. PC3 says I have Bitcoin up 10%. Weird. I'm only seeing 4% right now. You must be looking over like the last 3 days maybe. But for right now, I'm only seeing it up 4.11%. So I don't see that as a rip. I mean, I wouldn't like these are rips, right? I would call these rips right here. This no rip. Oh, you probably can't even see that. Sorry. This is not a rip right here. I don't see any ripping right there. This is a rip. That's what a rip looks like right there. These are rips. This is a rip right here. I'd call this a rip. But this right here, not a rip. That's not a rip. PC3 says, glad to see you, Casey Shaw. Good to see you too. Mass pronounces yucca like a Bostonian would. Yucca. That's probably why. That's probably why he gets it right and I don't. I'm just I can't even say it. I'm a degenerate. So that's the reason why I get it wrong. Yep, I've got 23.9 as well, but I'm only seeing a 4% increase right now. Tom D says that's what you call a setup to a failure. I don't know. I mean, here's what I'll say about Bitcoin. In regard, like I've said way back here when before this even happened right here, I had said, it's got to break 24.8. If it doesn't break 24.8, I'm talking like ripping through 24.8. If it doesn't rip through 24.8, it's gonna have problems. Because all I see is consolidation between 19.2 and 24.7, and that's all I'm seeing right here. So I don't see. It's got to break that. It's about $1,000 less than what it needs to be in order to break through really hard. So it's gotta really start running. It's funny. I keep pulling it up and then I realize that I've got the page like covered by Stonko Tracker. Apologize about that. Captain Awesome says, Casey Shaw, could you send the Discord link? I lost it yesterday. Absolutely. Hold on just a second. Uh, yeah, see, AMC Genie, that's exactly why I said, that's not what I was trying to say. In regards to HYMC, I wasn't saying that so that you would go out and buy more. I think I was really clear about the fact that I wouldn't do anything that you weren't already going to do anyways. But I'm just throwing that out there. This is why I don't normally say the things that I say in advance, because I don't want you guys to do things based off of what I'm looking at it in terms of things that are happening inside the market, other places. You're welcome, Captain Awesome. Let me check Twitter real quick and see if there's been any posts. Just going to throw this out there real quick. Keith. I don't know why I said Kevin. Keith is talking about coming on tomorrow, and we're going to have a talk a little bit later. In case you guys don't know who Keith Short Cell Killer is, I'm going to have him come on tomorrow. And I went on to a space call last night. Was just kind of listening, trying to go to sleep to something. And that Keith had a space call that was going on at the time, and they were talking about some kind of pattern or some kind of trend. Oh, hold on a second. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go help my wife move something real quick. I'll be right back. All right, guys. I just had something come up. I'm gonna have to go help my wife move some stuff real quick. So I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here again. Kind of not really expected, but I gotta go help her move this stuff real quick here. So I will be back. I'm gonna put in. I'll try to be back by 12:30. Try to be back by then. If I'm not, I'm moving stuff. I'll be back as soon as I possibly can, though. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for only $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and sorry about that. My wife had a box spring for a bed that we had to go pick up real quick from she was at Costco and bought a box spring and it didn't fit, and so had to come rushing home. Left the kids with the box spring at the store. They're older. They're old enough to stay there with the box spring, and so I had to go help her move it real quick on top of the Jeep and fasten it down and bring it back home. Let's see here. What are you guys saying here? Because I'm not sure what you guys are asking. It is 12:01 and time to take a look at the numbers, but I can help. Maybe whatever it is you guys are having a problem with, maybe I'll learn something. I don't know. We'll see. Yo says, Casey, take us to school. We're tired of beaded seats pulling on our leg hair. Oh man. You know, the only positive thing about that is that she was kind of cute and that it was a Mustang. Those are probably the only two positive things about all that. Let's see. No new grill. The grill was just the grill grates. I didn't get a new grill. It was a grill grates. New grill is too expensive, man. I just needed some new grates. But yeah, I got 5 kids, man. 4 that are still in the household, and you know, sometimes you gotta buy stuff for the kids. So we were wondering what else affects price besides ask bid values and sizes. Like in terms of what exactly? Like what do you mean in regards to like? I mean, I guess I feel like volume is like one of the biggest impacts on price movement. Obviously, the more volume you have, the more price movement you're going to have, and it's not necessarily up or down. You know, you can have large amounts of volume and have downwards movement in price, but you can also have large amounts of volume and upwards price movements. But volume in general is like I would think of volume like sound on a radio, right? The more you turn up the sound, the louder it's going to get. So the more movement, right? If you think in terms of sound waves, you're getting more movement. So it's and it could be in both directions, not necessarily up, not necessarily down. Biden is live talking about spending 500 billion to combat inflation. Whoa. This is interesting. Hold on a second here. Let's pull up the White House and see what's going on here. I will skip the numbers to hear this.
Well, guess what? This bill ends that. They're going to have to pay a minimum of 15% tax on that 40 billion or whatever the number turns out to be. Fifth, this package will reduce the federal deficit by over $300 billion. Already on my watch, deficits come down my first year by $350 billion and a record $1.7 trillion at the end of this fiscal year. Now, this bill is going to keep that progress going. Yes, I'll say it again. This legislation will bring down the deficit. Bring down the deficit. The sixth point I want to make is this bill will not raise taxes on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. And I promise, a promise I made during the campaign and one that I've kept. Now look, I know it can be sometimes seem like nothing gets done in Washington. I know it never crossed any of your minds, but the work of the government can be slow and frustrating and sometimes even infuriating. Then the hard work of hours and days and months from people who refuse to give up pays off. History is made. Lives are changed. With this legislation, we're facing up to some of our biggest problems, and we're taking a giant step forward as a nation. That didn't just happen on this Inflation Reduction Bill. It also happened yesterday when the Senate made the bipartisan decision as a nation to invest in America's manufacturing technology of semiconductors and additional funding for basic research and development in the cutting-edge industries of the 21st century. If the House passes this bill, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi. I think she's going to get it done for her leadership here. It has the added benefit of creating tens of thousands of additional good-paying jobs, lowering inflation. It's going to give us the ability not only to compete with China for the future, but to lead the world and win the economic competition of the 21st century. You've heard me say 1,000 times, we have to invest in research, development, and growth. I hope that the House is going to pass this bill today. My plea is, put politics aside, get it done. We need to lower the cost of automobiles, appliances, smartphones, consumer electronics, and so much more. And you can't do it. All of these things are powered. Almost everything in our lives is powered by these semiconductors and tiny computer chips the size of a fingernail tip. Look, we should pass this today and get moving. I know the compromise on the inflation bill doesn't include everything that I've been pushing for since I got to office. For example, I'm going to keep fighting in the future to bring down the cost of things for working families and middle-class families that matter by providing for affordable and accessible things like affordable child care, affordable elder care, preschool, the cost of preschool, housing, keeping students with helping students with the cost of college, closing the health care coverage gap. You know, it's a fancy way of saying the health care coverage gap. Expanding Medicaid in states that refuse to do it, and more. Look, this bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises. And the fact is that my message to Congress is this. This is the strongest bill you can pass to lower inflation, cut the deficit, reduce health care costs, tackle the climate crisis, and promote energy security. All the time while reducing the burdens facing working class and middle class families.
So print more inflation.
So pass it.
Print more money,
pass
make more
inflation. Pass it for the American people. Pass it for America.
Pass it on.
I'll be saying this later.
Pass it on.
Now I want to thank Leader Schumer and Manchin, Joe Manchin, Senator Manchin, for the extraordinary effort that it took to reach this result. Thank you. And let me speak to one other issue.
Pass it to pass it on is what he's saying.
The GDP and
wow.
whether or not we are in a recession. Both Chairman Powell and many of the significant banking personnel and economists say we're not in a recession. But let me just give you what the facts are.
As we directed them to
in terms
say.
of the state of the economy. Number one, we have a record job market of record unemployment of 3.6% today. We've created 9 million new jobs so far, just since I became president. Businesses are investing in America at record rates, Foreign business like SK and others are investing in America, hundreds of millions and trillions of dollars, sum total. $100 billion in semiconductor investments already announced by Intel, Samsung, and Texas Instruments. More than $100 billion in electric vehicle battery investments by Ford, General Motors, Hyundai, Tesla, and more. And just last week, as I said, SK Corporation of the Republic of Korea announced $22 billion in new investment in semiconductor batteries, chargers, and medical devices, creating another 16,000 jobs here in America. And this is powering the strongest rebound in American manufacturing in over 3 decades, creating 613,000 manufacturing jobs. Passing the CHIPS bill is going to put another $72 billion for incentives and tax credits to expand semiconductor production. And the Inflation Reduction Act will add another $370 billion in clean energy tax credits in reconciliation, including incentives to accelerate domestic production of solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, and critical materials processing. That doesn't sound like a recession to me. Thank you very much.
Wow. I want to go backwards and see, but it's like an hour. I'm seeing, well, no, it's not an hour long. It looks like it was like an 11-minute talk. I want to see the beginning portion of this, guys. I feel like this is history. History was just made in about 10 minutes right there. I want to see the beginning portion of this. I apologize that I didn't know this was coming on. So let me just scan back to the beginning of this. I want to see where it was he was talking. It's not very long. Let me just see the beginning portion. But he basically is saying, let's pass the buck on. Let's sign a bill. Let's create more inflation and move forward.
Yesterday, I spoke with both Senator Schumer and Manchin and offered my support for a historic agreement to fight inflation and lower costs for American families. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. Some of you will see a lot of similarities between the beginning of the Build Back Better initiative. It's not all of it, but we've moved a long way. I'll be going into detail in a minute, but simply put, the bill will lower health care costs for millions of Americans. It will be the most important investment, not hyperbole, the most important investment we've ever made in our energy security and developing cost savings and job-creating clean energy solutions for the future. It's a big deal. Also, for the first time in a long time, began to restore fairness to the tax code, by making the largest corporations in America pay their fair share without any new taxes on people making under $400,000 a year. Experts, even some experts who have criticized my administration in the past, agree that this bill will reduce inflationary pressures on the economy. This bill will, in fact, reduce inflationary pressure on the economy. It's a bill that will cut your cost of living and reduce inflation and it lowers the deficit. It strengthens our economy.
All right, first off, guys, so I worked in the semiconductor industry since 1998. I'm just going to say this because I know this is one of the companies, but if you take a bill and you pass a $500 billion bill of money that you're going to simply put into the pockets of companies, it's not in the right place. All you're doing is you're just helping companies to make more money. That's it. That's not going to help inflation. Does nothing to help inflation at all. It's just simply helping the companies to stay alive through hard times when people aren't buying anymore. It's only going to help to increase inflation. It's not going to help. This is not how you fix it. Yeah. Pro Jeweler just said corporate welfare. That's what he's talking about here is corporate welfare. Samsung, Intel, let's see, who else have I worked for? I haven't worked for Intel yet. Maybe I never have to, but they were going to be the last ones on my list. Samsung, Intel, Hyundai, who else? Well, I also worked for SG Microelectronics and another one that I worked for that he didn't name off. And ST Microelectronics, by the way, is also not ST Microelectronics. Hynix was another one. Those are all two of those out of those four are South Korean companies. Giving those companies more money to be able to make more computer chips is not going to help this economy issue. It's just not. Texas Instruments, that's another one. It's not the problem. That's not the problem here. I don't know. Let me just continue to listen.
In the long run as well. This bill has won the support of climate leaders like former Vice President Al Gore, who said the bill is, quote, long overdue and a necessary step to ensure the United States takes decisive action on the climate crisis that helps our economy and provides leadership for the world by example. Inflation hawks like former Secretary of Treasury Larry Summers said, quote, this bill is fighting inflation. Let me say, this bill is fighting inflation. Progressive leaders like Senator Elizabeth
How?
Warren said, quote, this is a bill that truly is about fighting inflation, bringing down the cost for families, and putting our country on a sounder economic footing.
Do you think that if you give a company like Intel a bunch of money, or a company like Apple a bunch of money, or a company like Tesla a bunch of money, do you think they're going to put that into the pockets of the American people? And jobs, maybe, but it's only to sustain the ones that they already have, so they don't have to make cutbacks. That's the only way. The rest of the money they're going to pocket. We're not going to see discounts on the products that they're making. Yeah, I'm going to go with 2.107 thick. 2.107. I'm sorry, guys. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because I all I see here is I see a man, and I say a man because that's all he is. He is a president, but I see a man here who's about ready to hand $500 billion of our money, our kids' money, into the pockets of more corporations to try to fight off inflation, when that's not the answer.
Here's how it works. First, the bill finally delivers on a promise that Washington has made for decades to the American people. We're giving Medicare the power to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices, which means seniors and consumers will pay less for their prescription drugs. Medicare will save in the process about $290 billion. And in addition, it also changes the circumstances for people on Medicare by putting a cap of a maximum $2,000 a year. They'll have to pay no more than $2,000 a year no matter how many prescriptions they have for all the prescription drugs, which is especially important for people with cancer and long-term diseases. It's a God.
Okay, that right there will allow the elderly people the ability to be able to spend more. Let's keep going.
It'll literally be a godsend for many families. Second, the bill locks in place lower health care premiums for the next 3 years for millions of families that get coverage under the Affordable Care Act. They will mean an average.
Only the Affordable Care Act. So you have to be under, yeah, okay. Anyways, let's keep going.
Average savings of $800 a year for 13 million people. Third,
13 million people.
Invest $369 billion. Granted, I call for 500 plus, but invest $369 billion to secure our energy future and to address the climate crisis, bringing down family energy bills by hundreds of dollars by providing working families tax credits. It gives folks rebates to buy new and efficient appliances, to weatherize their homes, and tax credits for heat pumps and rooftop solar. It also gives consumers a tax credit to buy any electric vehicle or fuel cell vehicle.
California recently just told their constituents, the residents of California, choose air conditioning or driving, because we can't afford to continue to put out enough energy for both. So what do you want? Do you want cooler air, or do you want to be able to drive places?
New or used, and a tax credit for up to $7,500 if those vehicles were made in America. This investment in environmental justice is real. It also provides tax credits that will create thousands of good-paying jobs, manufacturing jobs, on clean energy construction projects, solar projects, wind projects, clean hydrogen projects, carbon capture projects, and more by giving tax credits for those who build these projects here in America. Now, let me be clear. This bill would be the most significant legislation in history to tackle the climate crisis and improve our energy security right away. It'll give us a tool to meet the climate goals that are set, that we've agreed to, by cutting emissions and accelerating clean energy, a huge step forward. Fourth, this bill requires the largest corporations to begin to pay toward their fair share in taxes by putting in place a 15% corporate minimum tax. Now, I know you've never heard me say this before. It will come as a shock to you, but 55 of the Fortune 500 companies paid no federal income tax in 2020. I know you only heard me say that about 10,000 times. But the fact is, they paid no taxes on an income, collective income, over $40 billion. Well, guess what? This bill ends that. They're going to have to pay a minimum of 15% tax on that $40 billion or whatever the number turns out to be.
$40 billion. How many years is it going to recoup to take $500 billion? I don't know. All right, 10 years?
Fifth, this package will reduce the federal deficit by over $300 billion. Already on my watch, deficits come down my first year by $350 billion and a record $1.7 trillion at the end of this fiscal year. Now, this bill is going to keep that progress going. Yes, I'll say it again. This legislation will bring down the deficit. Bring down the deficit. The sixth point I want to make is this bill will not raise taxes on anyone making.
Is it going to bring down the deficit, or is it going to pay for the bill? I'm confused. Which is it going to do? Is it going to bring down the deficit, or is it going to bring down the bill? Because the money doesn't just appear out of nowhere.
Less than $400,000 a year. And a promise I made during the campaign, and one that I've kept. Now look, I know it can sometimes seem like nothing gets done in Washington. I know it never crossed any of your minds, but the work of the government can be slow and frustrating and sometimes even infuriating. Then the hard work of hours and days and months from people who refuse to give up pays off. History is made. Lives are changed. With this legislation, we're facing up to some of our biggest problems, and we're taking a giant step forward as a nation. That didn't just happen on this Inflation Reduction Bill. It also happened yesterday when the Senate made the bipartisan decision as a nation to invest in America's manufacturing technology of semiconductors and additional funding for basic research and development in the cutting-edge industries of the 21st century.
They don't need the money. They don't need the money to do that research. They already make money. Those companies can afford to do the research and the innovation without any kind of funding. Whoever seems to think that the semiconductors can't do their pay their bills for their research on how to make smaller chips is a moron. Complete moron. They have plenty of money that they're pumping into research on how to make chips faster, smaller. They don't need the government helping with that.
If the House passes this bill, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi. I think she's going to get it done for her leadership here. It has the added benefit of creating tens of thousands of additional good-paying jobs, lowering inflation. It's going to give us the ability not only to compete with China for the future, but to lead the world and win the economic competition of the 21st century. You've heard me say 1,000 times, we have to invest in research, development, and growth. I hope that the House is going to pass this bill today.
You know what we need to invest in? Infrastructure. That's what we need to invest in. How about creating some nuclear power plants? We need some nuclear power plants. I know Hayden just recommended that. I've been saying that for a while. You want to do energy things? You want to start having electric cars? Let's start building some power plants that are nuclear. There's safe nuclear out there, guys. You do some research on it. It can be done. But we need to start spending money on our infrastructure. It's our infrastructure. We're breaking apart from the inside. We have explosions happening at Hoover Dam. Guys, If you don't support the infrastructure of the United States of America, it will fall apart and crumble. We have to support the infrastructure. Start building from within. Build the infrastructure, everything comes after. Everything. You can provide so many jobs with nuclear power plants. You can create all kinds of things. The infrastructure is where it's at. That's where we need to spend our money. Spend money on building. I don't know. I kind of, part of me wants to say build faster railways. Build infrastructure though. I mean, there's tons of jobs that can be supported by having building going on. Tons of it.
My plea is, put politics aside. Get it done. We need to lower the cost of automobiles, appliances, smartphones, consumer electronics, and so much more. And you can't do it. All of these things are powered. Almost everything in our lives is powered by these semiconductors and tiny computer chips the size of a fingernail tip.
Okay, I've heard enough. I've already remembered. I remember him saying this already. All right, I watched it all. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's any politicians that watch me or not. But I'm one of your constituents here, and I'm telling you right now, I want to see funding in the infrastructure of the United States of America. Screw giving money to making my house more efficient energy wise, or causing me to want to go out and buy an electric car. Until first work on getting the infrastructure to be able to support those kind of things first. Get your nuclear power plants up, and then we can start talking about, maybe I'll go out and buy an electric car where I don't have to worry about my state telling me that I have to choose between air conditioning and driving my vehicle. Then we'll talk. But until then, it's not the right plan. It's just not. I'd say vote no on it. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at our numbers. I'm upset. I'm so upset. This country, man, we're gonna make it better. I guarantee you, we're gonna make it better. I promise. I know we're gonna get there. It's just gonna take time. We're gonna have to band together and really make this place a better place. I know we can do it, but we gotta get these people to hear us first. That's the first step, and we're getting there. They hear us. They hear us coming, and they don't like it, but we're coming, and we're gonna make changes. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication on your account, you may want to consider it. It could keep somebody out of your account that's not supposed to be there. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Try it out. See how it works for you. I'm going to go ahead and take you guys over the other page, so I'm not going to see. If I didn't read what it is, I guarantee I've read most of what you guys are saying, but I didn't make comments on it. But, I'm just going to move on from here at this point, because I'm just going to get frustrated. It's just so frustrating. I gotta take a breather here. Is it toasting time yet? Is it power hour? I need a drink. Oh my gosh. All right, moving on. Off exchange, guys. Let's take a look at our numbers. An hour ago, it was actually more than an hour ago, because I don't think I've checked it since. I think I missed 11 o'clock. So at 10 o'clock, it was 59.62 in the off exchange and 11.66. Let's give that a nice little refresh and see where we're at now. 59.7, or maybe I already did refresh it. 59.76 and 11.62, giving us 71.38. Let me, you know what? That didn't change. That's the numbers from an hour ago. Hold on, it's updating still. Let me just try one more time. Either that, or there's been no change at all in the last hour or 2 hours. No change, I guess. That's 71.38% of our total volume going through the off exchanges currently. Taking a look at the Ortex data here. An hour ago, there was 2.2 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day, and 2 hours ago, rather. Let's see what it is now. Holy moly. I'm experiencing some heavy, heavy lag here. Let me make sure you guys are still with me. Yeah, it says excellent connection. All right, so it could be I'm having oh, there it is. It just popped up. All right. That took a really long time. An hour ago, like I said, it was 2.2 million shares having been borrowed. It's now 2.99. That increase will have an effect of raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 19.77%. Cost to borrow has increased. It's at 9.99. Cost to borrow max is at 12.51 and min is at 8.84. Day over day, we've got about 1 million shares that were increased in shares on loan to 143.98 million. Taking a look at the options, I know we can make this country better. I just know it. We gotta start small. I mean, I know it sounds weird to say starting with fixing fixing the markets it seems like it's not small at all. Actually, it's really huge. But in the grand scheme of things, I think in fixing this country, it's just a small portion. There's so much more bigger things to fix here. At a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 20.1 thousand contracts. There's now 21.9. On puts, at a $14 strike, at 8.5 contracts, it is now 8.7. We have like a 2.5 to 1 ratio in calls versus puts, and the market is still suggesting a closing price somewhere between 14 and 15 by the end of the day today. Based off of orders by Fidelity's customers, GME is 27th with 68% buys to 32% sales, and AMC is in 29th with 54% buys to 46% sales. Sorry guys, just forgive me for being passionate, but that's how I feel. I feel passionate about it. SSR's trigger price is at $13.03. Our current borrow amounts look like they've only been returns in the last 2 hours. Total amount borrowed so far for the day-to-day is 1.6 million. We have 115.6 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 15.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 29.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.69, Dow Jones is up 0.98, and the S&P 500 is up 1%. We currently have 4,082 advancers to 2,645 decliners. VIX is down 3.61, IWB is up 1.04, IWD is up 0.84, IWM is up 0.97, Tesla is up 1.76, Amazon is up 0.6, Cinemark is breaking even, Doge is up 3%, Bitcoin is up 4.27, GME is up negative 9.92, HYMC is up 4.52, Hood is up 0.73, NCMI is up 4.44, and AMC is up 0.36%. Inflow versus outflow, roughly just slightly more outflow than inflow by about $200,000 for the day-to-day. 17.87 million shares traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. $244 minutes of trading so far. We're on pace for about 28.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's still going to continue to drive down a little bit. I suggested in pre-market 15 to 35. That 30 to 35 chance is seeming to disappear. On a weekly interval, excuse me, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.59. Excuse me, I got indigestion. Which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with what appears to be a divergence incoming. with RSI at 49.46, which is average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.48. It looked like there was going to be a divergence than there wasn't. That's slightly above average on RSI. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.95, which is slightly above average. And a 5-minute interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure here with RSI at 52.98, which is just slightly above average. I don't even know. This is just trading. So it's consolidating right now. We're just getting a bunch of consolidation. I can see what you guys are saying now. I'm with you, MGTO. We got to change things in the market first. That's where we're going to start. Thank you, Maggie, but I would never make a great president. I would say so many things that you're not supposed to say. This is why I would never. You just can't say the things. You can't act like Beavis and Butthead and be a president. I laugh at the idea. I can't even imagine. But whatever. There's somebody out there who's capable. I know there is, Maggie. But what disappoints me more than anything is that the capable people aren't stepping up to do the job. We need to get people who are willing to step up to do the job. People who have ethics and people who see a path for this country that will steer us in the right direction. Building from within. I told McKiss this before. I said, if you want to see the next greatest president we've had in over 100 years, you wait and see who the next person is that's going to talk about building our infrastructure from the inside. That's who you're looking for. Doesn't matter which side of the party they stand on. I don't care who it is. Look for somebody who's willing to invest in the country, in the infrastructure of building the United States of America to make it right, to get it back on track to where it needs to be. Don't look for somebody who wants to try and take money back from other countries. Don't look for people who are trying to give more money to big businesses. Look for people who are willing to give jobs to people in the United States of America to build the country from within. That's what you're looking for. That person, they'll go down in the history books as being great. I promise you. Yucca Frida says, Casey, I now have 10-factor authentication. Ooh, I hope it doesn't take you long to get in. BioLife Hemp says, calling it now, breakout in 30 minutes. I'm not complaining about anybody. I'm not complaining about any president. I'm just saying let's move forward and let's get somebody into office that can actually make things better. I'm not complaining about anybody. FGR Pilot says plunge protection team is working overtime today. Does appear to be that way, although that speech that Biden just gave about bailouts coming for big businesses is probably definitely helping. MB says, Casey, you wouldn't have any changes, only corrupt people allowed. We gotta get better about that, though. You know what I'm saying, MB? Like we gotta see, we gotta get stuff changing in the right direction. We really we have to. Our future depends upon it. I want to point this out to you just because Caitlin says, look at those huge buys below 1440. I want to show this to you guys. If you added up the total amount of these orders here in size, right, and you lumped them all up into one, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's maybe 6,000, 7, 8, 9,000, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's about 14 to 15,000 shares right here to be purchased. If those 15,000 shares were suddenly turned into buy at market price, they would swamp this ask side. Like if they bought at market price right now, it would drive the price up because that 15,000 is greater than the amount of ask side, and it would drive the price up to 1467 in a heartbeat. But this is why I tell you guys, when you buy limit low on this is what keeps us. This is what prevents us from seeing price improvement. This is helping to support price go down, not up. You're incentivizing to sell into lower prices. All these right here, if they were all lumped up into one and buying from the or to the lit market on the ask side, they would turn it would decimate this side over here. You would see it disappear, and price would start moving upwards. FJR Pilot says rescission, not recession. Recession. I like that. That's pretty. I like that. Recession, not recession. Oh man, that's pretty funny. Old Yeller speaking now. Do you guys really want to hear her talking? I'm already worked up. Let's check it out. Let me see. If anybody has a link to that one, because I don't know if I'm gonna find it like right away. Um, um, I might be able to find it here. Where is webcasts? Maybe. I got a no go on that one. 11. I got 11. No, that can't be what that is. It's gotta be something else. I see a press release. Statement from Secretary of the Treasury Janet L. Yellen on launch of new private and public sector efforts to maximize investments in underserved communities. I see that. ABC says, don't worry, Yellen's speech is transitory. Oh, man. FJR Pilot, yeah, well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see with Apple and Amazon. Were their earnings low? Did they come up? Let's see. We got over here on Amazon. Amazon, come on. Estimated EPS of 0.1344. That's definitely down. Oh my gosh, it's almost half. I wonder what it's gonna actually be. Wow. Berkshire Hathaway just had to pay 20 million settlement for proven redlining. Charlie says, Casey, thanks so much for your review of the president's speech. I agree with all your points and also agree with frustration that Congress leaders don't see the same. Also, how are they trading fairly? Apparently, they're not trading very fairly at all. However, I'll tell you what. If you guys want to take a look at this, actually a really cool site. And I found this a while back. I don't remember. I want to say somebody on Reddit may have had it, but it's called What's Trading on Capitol Hill. It's capitaltrades.com. If you ever want to check this is actually a really cool site to check out. Oh, son of a gun. I accidentally just got rid of that. Let's see. I will put it here in the chat so you guys can go check it out if you want to. If you want to see where you're. Actually, does it show? I wonder who it shows. I don't. I don't know if it does. It might do everybody. Let's see here. Yep, it does the House and the Senators. So you got everything. If you want to see how they're trading, you can click on them and find out what they're in and what they're trading on. It's kind of a really cool. I think it's kind of cool. I haven't done anything with it yet, but I think it's something I'm going to hold on to because I want to see that in the future. Um, there's some truth to that FGR pilot. A very large percentage. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Most of the times, pilot, whenever I've experienced a bear market, I've just kind of left everything and walked away and said, I'll be back as soon as it turns into a or bull market again. And then I just watch casually. I didn't do that the first time around though in 2000. First time I got hit hard. I tried to start um, avoiding losses, and I got hit hard. Made some mistakes, but luckily I'd only been investing in the market for like 2 years. 3 years. Uh, I'm gonna try to say your name to Seuss. I'm Tesis. I don't know. I'm saying your name horribly. I apologize. It happens on here. People get frustrated because they fail to realize we are in a Rosemary's Baby Truman Show construct. Welcome. First time I think I've seen you post anything, and you really just kind of punched us with that one there. Get out, Savvy. There's no way. Get out. Are you serious? Don't tell me that. No, whatever. I want new blood. I want new blood. I want fresh new people. I want people that have a track record of being financially stable. I want people who want to build the infrastructure of the United States from the inside out, creating jobs for people. Um, we got some infrastructure stuff to work on. Yeah, I got destroyed in 2000 as well, man. I wouldn't say wiped out. I lost like, mm, I'm trying to think back how much I lost percentage wise. I want to say it was like 60%. But luckily, I'd only been trading for like 3 years. So, I mean, 60% of like less than 10 grand's not that bad, right? Like losing $6,000, not that terrible. In 2000, it's kind of terrible, especially when you're only like 20, 21 years old. Or no, I was older than that. Let's say I was like 24 years old or something. I basically I was basically Trey's age at the time. So, I didn't have a whole lot of money invested at the time, but it was a lot to me. To me at the time, it was a lot of money. I was probably making between me and my ex-wife, between the two of us, we were probably making something like 80K a year. So losing, you know, 60% of 10 grand, it was kind of hefty. Charlie, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you guys what. I'll run for president if after all this is said and done, I'll run for president if I can go back to school and finish maybe maybe an economics, either an economics degree or maybe finish something like I don't know what else. I think business would be terrible because it's just too generic. I mean, maybe even I don't know. I need to go back. I need to finish up a degree. It shouldn't take me too long. It would take me like a year or two, um, tops. But I need to go back. I need to go back to school. I need to transform into something more respectable than Beavis and Butthead Casey. Oh, that's a good one, Brian. A law degree would be good. That would probably set me back maybe 4 or 5 years. And so if I started right now, that would put me at about 50, give me a couple years to mature a little bit more on top of that. And then maybe I turn into a great politician. I don't know. But I mean, that's not what I desire. It would be like a major sacrifice on my part because that's not what I want in life at all. Supertramp said an OnlyFans. Yeah, that'll get me there. Ooh, Captain Awesome said Trump proved you can just buy a degree. You know what? People can get honorary degrees. It happens. But you know what? I want to get mine the right way. I want to actually work for it. That's supposed that I was actually going to do something like that. I can't honestly imagine that. I mean, it's not something I desire in any kind of way, so I can't ever even imagine doing something like that. But I don't even think that's something my wife would want me to do. That's the other part too, right, guys? Like it's a sacrifice. It's a major sacrifice to become a political um, nominee for anything, right? I mean, you've got to get your family to buy in on something like that. My wife doesn't want. She doesn't want to have anything to do with that kind of stuff. There's just no way. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, she would probably do it if it's something I really wanted to do, just to support me, but it wouldn't be what she'd want. So I could see doing something locally, maybe. You know, uh, I don't know, something local. I got ideas though, guys. I do have ideas. I think I got some good ideas. We need to get rid of the penny. That's one of my ideas. Why do we still have pennies? Why do we have nickels? When's the last time you used a pen? I haven't. I can't even remember the last time I had change that I used. I don't know. I know some of you guys probably have used change, but not me. I haven't used change and I can't tell you how long. Ban loofahs. That's right. I would ban all loofahs. uh, Seuss, you've been paying attention. I think it's awesome. I got stories. Caitlin says I just used 3 cents just now. I don't use I don't yeah. Easterby says I don't even use cash anymore. I'm getting close to that. I still use dollar bills, but in terms of coins, I really honestly can't tell you guys the last time I actually had a coin in my hand, other than to play maybe like a house game with somebody. I'm telling you right now, guys, I've got ideas. I've got good ideas that I think could help save this country a lot of money. Um, but they're just ideas. But we gotta, and I've mentioned it before, like a digital currency. If we move to a digital currency, a lot of people don't want to do something like that. I don't particularly think that's where we have to go. But I do think that getting rid of pennies and nickels, I used to just say pennies. Now I'm getting to the point to where it's like, why do we even have nickels? I just don't use them. Royal London Asset Management owns 864,000 shares of Berkshire A stock valued at 380 billion. Berkshire market cap is 686 billion, so they own majority now. Oh, didn't they used to be weren't those like 5 cents before, Jabibs, for the bazooka gum? I don't even think you can get that anymore. You can get help, Nate. And I know if you want help, you can get it. No, Captain Awesome. The very first look, if you want to make electric cars work, Captain Awesome, we gotta start building nuclear power plants. This is the only way. And I would push for that. I would push very, very heavily for bringing back nuclear power. We got to get there. There's safe nuclear power, and people just don't know about it. All they really think about is Chernobyl, Fukushima. Those are the kind of things that people think about. But there are other ways to have safe nuclear power, and that's where we need to go. We need to start thinking about how can we generate electricity most efficiently, and it may be a little bit of a carbon emissions, um, but we're not going to get it through solar and wind. I mean, we can, but it's not going to be what we need in terms of quantity. We need much larger quantities if we're going to start moving over to electric cars. So I'm curious about hydrogen. There's definitely something to be said about hydrogen fuel. Um, but we're not there yet. Tank Dog says, "Why is AMC struggling with the spy ripping?" I think it's really interesting when you say spy ripping. Let's check it out. Hold on. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's up 405. I said it needs to break 410. Is it though? Is it ripping? I mean, it is up 1.22%, so it's not looking too bad, but let's see how long that lasts for. And I'll tell you the reason why. They've got to keep this price around 14.13 for a while until we get done with this phase of this cycle. Yeah, eventually, Yucca, I do. I think that's what eventually you do get rid of the single dollar. Eventually. I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see, Big Tramp. It's gonna be the SPY's either gonna rip past 410 or it's not. I think 410 is kind of like the magic number for me. That's what I'm kind of looking for. I've got a Fibonacci set up for it. That's what I got to see it break past. I don't want to say that it's the pump before the dump, but it may be. ABC says, Casey, what would happen if the apes borrowed the available shares on a daily basis? I think I know where you're going with that. I'm trying, if we borrowed. How do you plan on doing that, though? You're going to have to go through, what are you going to go through them? How would you go about doing that, I guess? What do you mean by getting rid of the single dollar? Eventually, I think we're going to have to get rid of currency in forms of dollars and coins. We're going to have to become reliant upon electronic transfers of money. And I know nobody wants to see that happen, but guess what? Nobody wanted to see us go to dollars either. When America went to dollars, nobody wanted that. You think you're stuck on the dollar? Nobody wanted dollars. There was a time in our history where nobody wanted to see some dollar. They thought it was this piece of paper. It's worthless. So for you to be stuck on a piece of paper is no different than you to be stuck on a piece of credit that's on a card. And I shouldn't say credit, but a currency that's on a card or a digital currency. To be stuck on a piece of paper is no difference. It's the same thing. It's absolutely the same thing. It's valueless. It has no value whatsoever. Neither one of them. And people, if you go back in history, were just upset about moving to a dollar, a piece of paper that to them meant nothing in value, as a lot of people who were upset about the idea that we would have a digital currency eventually. So you got to get over it, because that's where we're heading. Yes, and in fact, Janet Yellen has already talked about it in a speech before. It's just a matter of time. It's going to take some time for us to switch over to digital currency, but you guys better start warming up to the idea because it's coming. Brandon, you can hold it too when it's digital. There's no difference. You can hold it just like you can with a dollar bill as well, and it's called a card. Same thing. There's no difference. You know what, Captain Awesome? I don't even want to go there. It'll never happen. It's not the kind of person I am. I don't know if I've seen In Time or not. I'd have to hold on a second. Let me IMDb it. I may have. 2011. Oh yeah, I like that movie a lot. That's the one where they grab each other by like the wrists and then they turn their hand one direction or the other and yeah, and the lady who looks like his sister or maybe his girlfriend is his mom, and everybody lives to the exact same age and then you can buy more time, but when your time runs out on your digital output on your arm, you die. Otherwise, everything life is just paid out a minute at a time. Yeah, I like that movie. It was a good movie. Ah, yes, yes, they will, Easter Beast. I would never, ever in a million years even come close to talking about something like that on here, Apes or Us. I don't think it's appropriate. Arthur, I that very same thing happens to people all the time. Where do you get your paper money from? You tell me, where do you get your paper money from? Because the idea that somebody can just stop your paper money from coming into your hands or into your possession can happen right now. All somebody has to do is call your bank and tell you to seize your funds. You have no paper and money income at all. You get paid through checks. Your checks are directly posited or you deposit them yourself. Either way, your employer can have those pulled from you. The money can actually just be siphoned right straight from your employer. You have no way to have paper money unless you actually pull it out in advance, knowing that it's going to be taken away from you. That's the only way. So the idea that you can have some kind of security in the fact that you can pull out money, paper money, dude, that that stuff gets turned off all the time. If they want to shut your account down, they shut your account down, and it just disappears. You can't pull nothing out. Yo says, Casey, you don't care about the internet loss of freedoms with a CBDC. There's going to be changes along the way with the CBDC. There really will be. I believe it. I mean, some of you guys are talking about things like how am I going to tip the stripper? You're going to swipe it. That's what you're going to do. You're going to swipe it, and that's how you're going to tip them. And everything's going to be registered. So the idea that you can make these trades under the table is going to go away. In regards to the internet, I don't think it's going to really necessarily affect the internet necessarily, but it may bring some type of taxation. Yeah, they could be on a subscription basis. How about this one? You guys are talking about strippers. How are you gonna give a bum on the side of the street some money? Think about that one. You know, you drive up to a stoplight, the guys, and you want to give somebody some cash because they're begging for money on the side of the road. You guys want to go straight to strippers, but what about people who need money that you want to just donate to? How are you going to do that? Your brother needs $1,000. How are you going to just trade or how are you just going to give him $1,000 without anybody knowing where your money went? You're right, Arthur. But that cash that you keep on hand, it's only going to last you for so long. All right, I'll leave the strippers alone. Jojo says so much for paying the neighborhood kid to mow the grass. Yep. I'm sorry. I didn't use the correct terminology, panhandler. I worry about that though. You know, I worry about the people who are starving and then they need a lend out, you know, and how are you going to put money, you know, if you have a digital currency, how are you going to give money? How are you going to donate? I'm not saying I do it all the time, but I'm just saying there are times where I have done it. And if I want to give charity to somebody on the spot right then and there, how do I do that if that person doesn't have a bank account or any access or any way to be able to just receive some kind of funds? How do I give charitable kindness to somebody? How do I pay the kid? How do I pay the kid $20 to mow my lawn, like you were saying, without me having to worry about that kid having some kind of digital account someplace where that money can go? You know, and that's I just want to be able to pay. So those are the kind of things that will change. 'Tim, welcome to the channel. Um, it's good to see you. I haven't seen the name before. How long you been here? There's a reason, yo. One would be managed by um, regulations. You know, there would be rules and regulations set up for one, and the other is not regulated. And that's why I like the well, it's not that I like the idea of CBDC. And I'm not you guys are getting me wrong here. You think that I like CBDC? No, I don't like CBDC. I'm with you guys. I really don't like the idea of CBDC because you know, I feel like we have greater freedoms with our money without it. But I think it is the future, though. And you know, and one thing that I've learned in the semiconductor industry is if you don't start getting with the times, and if you don't understand how things are going to be changing and acclimate to them before they happen, then you're just going to be stuck in the past and you're going to suffer. So it's better to try and get with the times and understand what's changing and try to and embrace it than it is to sit there and just suffer. 3 to 4 times. Okay, well, welcome, Tim. It's good to see you here. So one of the main reasons why I say not a margin account is because I think that uh, when long banking institutions start having to pay out positions, they're going to have margin problems as well. Not just hedge funds, but also long institutions are going to have leveraging issues, right? And so they're going to need collateral. One of the first things that they're going to start doing is they're going to start shutting down accounts that are on margin. And so if you're a risk for them, they're going to simply mitigate that risk by shutting you down. And that means they may move you to a close only position. And they can do that. They can just move you to a close only position if you're on margin and just sell off your position for you. So why not a margin account? Because we're going to see things. And there's going to be people who are out there who say, what Casey is saying is stupid. That's never happened before. Well, guess what? The buy button got taken away last year. It absolutely can happen. I'm telling you right now, when you can see things like buy buttons being taken away, you watch. Margin accounts will be closed, in my opinion, because our brokers will be under a lot of financial stress. And the first thing that they can do to mitigate that stress is to make those accounts close only positions. And they will do it. They have the ability to. It's in their rules. KL, congratulations on the deck remodel. Does it look good? Tim Tuna says it's a long story. Don't ask him about the tuna. I like that, Tim. You kind of got me thinking I want to hear this tuna story, though. It might be worth hearing. Charlie B says a cool day in Houston, only 93. Ah, good, Kale. That's good, man. I'm glad it's good. Did you seal it? Did you? Oh, I'm sure you did. I mean, I don't know why I'm asking, but I guess really what I should be asking more is what did you do? Did you use like a dark sealant or what does it look like? Oh, I'm a professional. Did you come in earlier asking about volume on GME? I can't remember if it was you or somebody else. That's what happens, Tim, in a close-only position. Well, actually, that's not exactly true. When I say close your account, when I say close-only position, what I'm saying is they will close your account and sell for you at whatever price it is currently at that moment in time, and they won't give you a choice. They may tell you that you can transfer your shares to another company. I don't know if they'll give you that choice or not. They may tell you that, but more than likely they will close your position for you. No. What I said earlier about HYMC professional had nothing. I don't want you to do anything based off of what it is that I said earlier. But Tim, I just want to say too, in regards to the margin accounts, is that I can't prove this to you. This is going to be one of those moments where I tell you that it would be unprecedented. Unprecedented, it never happened, and there will be people out there who say he can't prove this. There's no way he can make these claims, and I would say, yep, they're right. They're 100% right that I can't prove this. It will be unprecedented. But you have to ask yourself, what will they do? What could brokers possibly do to mitigate some of their problems with holding positions on margin? And the only logical answer is to close the positions to mitigate risk. That's the only answer. And they will, and I guarantee you that's what they'll do. If it means the difference between keeping their company open and closing the doors and folding, that's what they'll do. They will close the positions first. Alrighty, guys, it's time for me to take a break. I don't even remember if I did the numbers at 1 o'clock or not, but I'm going to take a break here and I'm going to go. I will come back at 2 o'clock and we'll go over the numbers then. And because I think I just had some food come in and I'm hungry. So Tim Tuna says, sounds like a lot of lawsuits. I hate waiting 2 days to settle money. That's all. Maybe I will go cash only. It does sound like a lot of lawsuit settlements, Tim, and I can almost guarantee, the problem is that, whatever settlements that come out of that will be far less money that those institutions will owe in regards to paying out those people versus how much money they could have made through selling at high prices. And they will take those losses. You want to talk about mitigating risk? That's how you do it as a company. You weigh out your options. You say, okay, my option is keep these positions open and close out my business, or close out these positions, know that I'm going to have lawsuits and pay, I don't know, $200 billion split between 1 million shareholders. I don't know how many, I'm just making up numbers here, but you know what I'm saying? And then compared to how much I would have had to pay otherwise, right? And we see this in their operational expense costs when they get fines for doing the things that they do illegally. They just say like, yeah, fine, okay, part of operational costs. There you go. There's the money. There's cash. See you next week, Joe. I'll see you next time I have another fine. It's operational costs. There was, I believe those suits were closed. There were losses, and there were some lawsuits that did settle. And I don't think it was for very much money. I never heard anybody go like, "Oh my gosh, I got an insane amount of money for the, settlements with Robinhood." So, you see what I'm saying? It's really easy to just do something that you've never done before. Take a lawsuit, take a loss, and avoid paying out the rest of the money that you would end up having to pay. Anyways, guys, I'm going to take this break, and I'll see you guys at 2 o'clock. See you then.
Some say love is a winding road, carves a map through the darkest night. Some say love takes a heavy load, helps someone make the burden light, teaches you not to hold too tight. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. Some say love is a fire that grows, bound to hurt when you let it go. Some say love is a choice we make, a holy vow we should never break. And maybe that's just the chance we take. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine. You'll always be mine. You and I have come a long way together. You and I got a long way to go. You don't have to ask me now and never, 'cause I'm already yours and you'll always be mine.
Hey everyone, this is Soundro. I hope you enjoy using my tracks. If you like what you hear, go premium today, and I promise to make lots more tracks just for you.
Alrighty, guys. I just want to ask first, for anybody who may have a birthday today, shout it out, please, so I can recognize you at least for your birthday. But because I hate missing your guys' birthdays, and I love it when you guys let me know when your birthdays is. Not like I'm tracking them or anything like that. I mean, if you don't want to mention it, that's fine. I totally understand. Don't say anything that you don't feel like disclosing. But yeah, I mean, I like to recognize your guys' birthdays and toast to your birthdays when it happens. So let me know when you do have those birthdays, and I hate missing them. I've missed a couple already, like Thor bladed the other day on Monday. But anyways, I really don't know what to toast to today. I don't really have. I mean, to not a recession. Maybe that's what I would toast to, because apparently we're not having one of those. Um, but that's not what I'm going to toast to. Instead, I'm going to do a different toast. And this is from BioLife Hemp. A toast. Here's to you, here's to me. Best of apes we will always be. But just in case we disagree, I will say it for thee, F.U. Hedgies. Cheers. BioLife Hemp, you're the guy everybody wants to say the toast for you at their wedding. I'm just saying right now, you're the guy. I can tell. that's who I'd pick. That's who I would pick. That's great. GDP announcement today, guys. 0.9. 0.9. Now, for those of you guys who were not here earlier today, I will state this in case you had not seen this. Let me see if I can pull back up again. In the link at the very top of the page, there's the current. It's going to take you to the page that you see currently in front of you. If you go to the current release, you can click on that, and what that'll do is that'll take you to another page. And on that page, the second paragraph, I don't even know if I want to, it's just two sentences, says the GDP estimate released today is based on the source data that are incomplete or subject to further revision by the source agency. The second estimate for the second quarter, based on more complete data, will be released on August 25th, which is a month away from today. So we don't really have a complete picture of what Q2 looks like apparently. As it stands right now, though, 0.9% down. Yucca says, Casey, that sounds like a William Shakespeare poem. I didn't make it up, man. BioLife did. If he copied Shakespeare, that's not my fault. I like it though. Kathy, these are triple shots. It's 2 shots of tequila and 1 shot of Kahlua. What more do you want me to do? I drink it in an hour. It's 3 shots in 1 hour. I mean, I know, albeit Kahlua is not, I don't know if I'd really consider Kahlua to be an actual shot, right? So maybe really like 2.5 shots. But I mean, I do 2 shots or 2.5 shots in the last hour every day. I'm gonna have to start going back to beer here soon. It's the clink of the ice that we all love. All right. Well, that's good. Let's see here, guys. Let's go over these numbers one last time for the day here. I'm going to log into my account real quick, and we'll look at everything. One last time for the day. 2-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you might want to consider looking into it and trying it out. And if you don't like it, then get rid of it. But at least check it out, see if you like it, and it might help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. I don't know about you guys, but I'm like terrible on passwords. Like my biggest fear is somebody would probably find out my password like pretty easy. I mean, after all, I do eat crayons, cobalt blue crayons for fun. Man, it pains me to say crayons with a like the right way. Taking you guys over to the other page. If I haven't read what you guys have written already, hold those thoughts, and I'll come back to them here in just a minute, and read them after we take one last look at our numbers here. Off exchange an hour ago was 59.9 or 59.76 and 11.62 in the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 60.18 and 11.48, giving us a grand total of 71.66% of our largest amounts of our off exchange going through there. It's quite a bit of volume going through that off exchange. Looking at the Ortex data, an hour ago we had 2.99 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's increased to 3.57. That's going to have the impact of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 19.81%. Cost to borrow is up some more to 10.05. Cost to borrow max is at 12.51, and min is at 8.84. Shares on loan did increase day over day by about a million shares to 143.98. And taking a look at the options, at a $15 strike price, an hour ago there was 21.9 thousand contracts. There's now 25.4. On the puts, at a $14 strike price an hour ago, there was 8.7 thousand contracts. There's now 9.5. We're almost at a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. It's getting close for the day today, but the market is still indicating that there's a potential close of price somewhere between 14 and 15. Max pain is 14.50. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see. GME. AMC rose. We were almost falling off the list here. We actually rose quite a bit here to 24th. But I mean, and actually our buy to sell ratio is a lot better than it was too. It's at 59% buys to 41% sales. It was suffering most of the day today, and it's real close to that bare minimum that I like to see at 60-40. GME's in 27th with a 69% buys. Nice. To 31% sales. See, that's the other reason, guys. The reason I'd never be president is like I see the number 69 and I go, 69. You can't make a guy like that president. You just can't. It's funny, but that's not what we need. We need something more than that. Although I have to say, I was watching a video of Ronald Reagan when he had the balloon that popped. I don't know if you guys have seen that one before. I've seen it a long time ago, but I just saw it just recently yesterday. I think it was yesterday. The video of him, the balloon pops when he's giving a speech, and almost without skipping a beat, just a fraction of a hair, he skipped a beat, just fractionally. He looks up in the middle of his speech and he says, "Ha, missed me." That guy, what did they shoot him like twice? He didn't even flinch. It was crazy. Trigger price today for SSR is 1303. Shares available to borrow. I miss Reagan, man. I really do miss Reagan. Looks like we had fees went down from 7.2 to 7%. Nobody liked Reagan when he was president. I mean, I shouldn't say nobody, but he wasn't nearly as loved until after he was no longer president. 115.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 15.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. 29.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 9.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. Uh-oh. I wasn't showing you guys the pages here. I apologize. Taking a look at the NASDAQ, we are up 1%. Dow Jones is up 1.14, and the S&P 500 is up 1.21. Overall, we're having an up day today with the advancers at 4,304 advancers to 2,511 decliners. The VIX is down 3.83, IWB is up 1.23, IWD is up 0.94, IWM is up 1.25, Tesla is up 2.12, Amazon is up 1.11, Cinemark is up 0.69, Doge is up 2.71, Bitcoin is up 3.59, GME is down 0.53, HYMC is up 4.01, Hood is up 2.35, NCMI is up 5.19, and AMC is up 0.48%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow. We currently have $200,000 more roughly in inflow. It's been really close today on inflow and outflow. Volume 20.63 million shares traded for the day today, and we got about a little less than 45 minutes left. Oops. Let's see. We're on pace for about 23.5 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggest in pre-market somewhere between 15 and 35. Volume's having a difficult time getting any lower than where it's at. On the weekly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.63, which is slightly below average. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.51, which is average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.81, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.69, slightly above average. And at a 5-minute interval, we've had a divergence of the numbers in the last 20 to 25 minutes with an RSI of 57.79, which is above average. We are getting a little bit of a power hour run here at the end of the day. Taking a look at where we've been and where we're currently going. Let's see if we break this line. I mean, we're real close to breaking this. We're real close. I'd like to see us break this level of resistance right here. I know it's like, I know I've got my touch points really close to where we've just been, but I really want to see us break this right here. Decreasing price, falling volume, looks bullish. The trend line's pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge. It could break up. You guys are guessing my password. That's funny. Funny, but not funny. Unusual Whales just tweeted that the House just passed the 280 billion chip plus bill. Man, they don't need money. Well, there are some struggling semiconductor plants that are um, American companies that aren't doing so well and probably could use a little bit of help. But they probably are only going to get a portion of that. Savvy says, anyone know anything about the carried interest loophole? Hmm. Well, let me look it up and see. I'm wondering if you're in reference to taxation. Yep. Yeah. Yes, I am. So there's actually this is a video link that I just posted to a gentleman that was kind of talking about this in regards to um, property owning. Yep. Casey, how are they pumping SPY so hard? Maybe because of earnings or pounds, they will dump in the next week. Dump it next week without SPY crashing. AMC is not going anywhere. That's kind of how I feel right now, Z-Man. I don't really think that AMC can I really don't feel like we're gonna have margin calls unless we do see the market moving downwards. Whether or not the market is on a short-term spike up, I think really kind of depends on that 410 number that I was suggesting earlier. If it breaks 410, there's a good chance that this might actually be on a rally. If it doesn't break 410, this may be the pump just before the big dump on this thing. So watch for 410. That's the magic number I'm looking for. I think 410 is key on the SPY. Oh man, it broke out a little bit earlier than I would have expected here. Getting a little bit of a push right now. A little too early though. Normally, if we start pushing too early, we suffer the last 10 or 15 minutes. Max Payne next week, I think is 14, Francis. Let me check and verify. Yeah, 14. Rodrigo Khan says all the semiconductor stocks are about to go parabolic. Perhaps. I don't know about maybe not parabolic, but you definitely probably would see somewhat of a run. I mean, there's already a chip shortage, supposedly. I don't know if I really buy into it, but yeah, there's supposedly a chip shortage. Captain Awesome says, Casey Shaw, feel better about that speech now that you have a drink in your hand. I do. I do feel a little more peppy. Um, it's just like, I don't know. The alcohol makes you forget. Sam says the U.S. Ronald Reagan is headed to China Sea. Interesting. Uh, Christopher, I think it's Christopher, probably, right? Are we going to moon after dumps? At some point, margin calls, will occur as people lose their collateral in the market. I don't know how long. I've been asked that question so many times, like how long after the market, starts dumping will you start seeing AMC start pumping? Because we'll go down legitimately with the market as it goes down until those margin calls do come in. And the answer to that is I don't know. If I knew what their margins requirements were and where they were most vulnerable, I can't say that word, vulnerable at, I would tell you, but it's impossible for me to know where that's at. I mean, there's some backdoor negotiations on some of that stuff anyway. So Arthur says I have an extra bag of chips if you need them, Casey. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know if you hear this clicking sound. You hear that clicking sound right there? That's actually me shuffling poker chips in my hand. I used to do it a long time ago, and then my mom's like, "Your grandma and I want to know what that clicking sound is all the time on the live stream. What is that?" And I told her, I said, "Well, that's me shuffling poker chips in my hand. You know, I got ADD, fidget spinner, right? Gotta have something to do. Sometimes I play with the chips in my hand. Sometimes I play with a pen. And you'll hear like the pen open and close. My wife just got me some new ones, by the way. So now it's got that like really nice crisp opening sound. Who doesn't love that sound? I love that sound. I love it. But yeah, as far as semiconductor chips go, the so let me see. Captain says something. The chip shortage is the reason why few people are able to get PS5s and Xboxes, as well as vehicle productions being slowed down. I know that's what we were told, Captain. I know that's what we were told. The problem is that I have is that they order those chips and they don't start production on those things until the chips are actually made. So I don't believe that to be true. I've been in the industry long enough to know that I know that they make the chips in advance. They don't like commit to production orders without already having the chips made. So that tells me one of two things. Either the chips were faulty or had some kind of malfunction to where they had to have a batch order redone, or maybe they didn't meet specifications. But usually those are all pre-done in advance. Those chips are made, they're made and manufactured long before the processing of the rest of the parts. They do it on hand and they make it like it's ready to go. I mean, so the delay on the orders, I don't really believe that to be the truth. Especially on cars. And the reason I say that about cars is because they have very stringent ISO qualifications for cars, or at least for companies that have car contracts, and they have to have like the chips basically have to be made well in advance to being installed into cars because of the necessity to be able to see problems with those chips before they actually hit the customer. I mean, the only reason I know this stuff, guys, is because I've been working that industry for so long. Now, there was a shortage. That actually, I should say there was a production delay 2 years ago, which may have put like a little bit of a production delay in the market for a little bit of time, but it wouldn't have been as long as we've seen. I don't think there was really a chip shortage. Easter Beast says, haha, I've never laughed at pins before. Yeah, John. We had a margin call January of last year. Several of them. Juanita says Trey's decision to step back is going to have a major impact on the movement many feel deserted. I haven't heard about this stepping back, Juanito. So I'm not in the loop here. Did he put out? Is this a brand new video today? Oh, TSMC. Sam is saying if China takes Taiwan, bye Taiwan semi for U.S. unless we kiss bye. That's TSMC. TSMC is if we lose TSMC, it's not going to be that big of a deal. I mean, they are a mass producer, but their quality is crap. So you can just basically, it's not. I don't think that would be a huge loss. In terms of like United States companies, perhaps taking up some of their slack, I think they'd be chomping at the bit to pick up the slack on that. So probably not a problem. 5 minutes ago. All right, I'll have to check it out. I mean, I got another half hour here, but I'll check it out. Is it a pretty short video? Fook says Fook says we are already building 6 factories here for wafer production. One of them's right here, really close to where I live. Samsung's actually building another plant right now. So and I know Intel's been doing some plants. It's good. And I like seeing them building plants here in the United States, especially. All right, I'll have to check it out, Juanito. I'm not really. Is it Junito? Did I say it wrong? Do I keep saying it wrong? Dang it! I'm gonna keep getting that wrong. Junito. I don't know. I'm sorry, man. I'm probably getting it wrong. But I'll have to check that video out. Yeah, I know. I just remembered when I said it. I knew it was Junito, and I was like, oh man, I think I'm getting that wrong, and then I realized it as soon as I said it. I apologize. Sorry. It takes me a minute, man. It'll stick with me. Give me a few more times here. Let me make the mistake a few more times, and I'll finally get it right. Or you know what? You can just call me an asshole next time. Just next time it happens, just put in an asshole. Just the one word. Just put it in there, and I'll be like, "Ugh." I'll get it right. I'm gonna remember one of these times. Call me out on that stuff, man. Call me out. Sammy boy, Sammy boy says, "What are you drinking, Casey?" He's probably asking because of the fact that I'm saying more cuss words now. I'm drinking an Adventurous Ape. We renamed it. It's actually really called a Brave Bull, but it's 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Kahlua. And I just ran out of Kahlua today, so I'm gonna have to switch to beer tomorrow. Yeah, he's got stuff he's got to deal with, and that's fine. Have I ever have I ever tried Belgium beer? Why? I feel like I've been asked that question before. I'm gonna say yes. Hold on one second while I ask my mom. My dad before he passed away introduced me to I think it's a Belgian beer. She'll remember the name. I won't. Oh wait, nope. I had it for just a second. It was in my mind and then it went away. Hold on. I'll remember. Give me a second. Nope, I'm not gonna remember. My wife will though. Hold on a second. All right, I'm just gonna say because she doesn't remember the name either, but it's in a gold bottle, and I want to say it's like Heffa something or Heva. Um, I'm looking it up, but it's in a brown bottle with a gold top, and you have to like totally unwrap it. Um, it's not Hefeweizen. It's something else. It's man, I'm not gonna remember the name of it. This is it. Leffe. I wanted to say Hefe. Leffe. Was the one that he introduced me to. It's blonde. Leffe. I think it's Leffe. Blonde was the one that he introduced me to, and so I have had that before, and it's all right. It's good. It's not bad. Leffe. Leffe. But the reason why I probably started to say Heffa is because it's really close to. It's got some of the same letters. That's Leffe. Leffe. Tammy says, "Did you see where it says a lot of smart people and Jim Cramer read inflation situation wrong?" Comedian John Oliver says on Weeble, "I love how they're not including Jim Cramer with smart people." I haven't read that, but that's awesome. Monty. He's actually 25 now, I think. BioLife. By the way, BioLife, I did your short little toast. You should watch the toast today, BioLife, at 2 o'clock. It's like 35 minutes ago. If you go back 35 minutes, you should. I did your poem for the toast today. Gave you props. But I think he's 25 now. But I know I get what you're saying though. It doesn't really change anything. He's young. He's got a lot of pressures. He's there's so much stuff going on with Trey, man. So much stuff. He's dealing with stuff. I almost said the S word. Stuff. He's dealing with eye stuff. Like dude's like legit like had some serious crap going on. I hope he takes care of himself. Mm, Duvel. Never tried that before. Yeah, I agree, Sammy. I mean, I'm not saying people have necessarily moved on. I'm not trying to speak for other people in regards to whether moving on or not, but I'm just saying like I'm always gonna love Trey. He's a good kid, and I hope the best for him. Hedge Trimmer says Leffe is a good beer. That's what my dad thought. I'll tell you what though, I don't like about it, Hedge Trimmer, is that every time we ever bought it, like you take the the bottle cap is underneath the foil. So you break off all the foil, and the foil always ends up leaving like this like nasty residue foil crap around the side of the bottle, and then you take the cap off, and it's like, or you just take the cap off without ripping the foil off, and so you've got this foil that's like real close to your teeth. Have you ever bit down on foil before? It like freaks me out a little bit, and I just kind of like I don't know. Uh, it just trips me out. I'd almost rather just pour it into a glass and be like, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, but you know what though, just another ape. It's not that easy. You know, you mentioned it in one of your streams before. It is supposed to be fun, but it's hard too, and you know it because I've heard you mention it. So and consistently having to put in the time and the effort into doing the streams, it can be taxing, and it is supposed to be fun, but it's also work too. Fook says it's supposed to be poured into a glass. Okay, well, I don't keep chilled glasses on hand, so I drink out of the bottle. I'm old, I'm a little southern, I guess. My beer, Sammy boy, it depends on if we're talking tap or bottle. If we're talking bottle, I'm gonna go Thirsty Goat. It's local to where I live. If I'm going tap, I'm gonna go Alaskan Amber. But you can't find Alaskan Amber anywhere you go, so a lot of times I end up having to settle for like I don't know, whatever I can find that's an amber ale. Sammy Boy says, Alaskan Amber sounds delicious. It is. I mean, it's not bad out of a bottle, but it's way better out of tap. So, I mean, if you ever have a chance to try it off tap, don't even go to bottle. Just start with tap first, and don't settle for less for that. Because it's just, I don't know. I think there's a huge difference in that one. I know everybody says it's tap's always better than bottle, but I mean, I feel like there's a drastic difference. I don't notice it as much for other beers, but with that one, I think there's a night and day difference between tap and bottle. You always tap it. I'm looking forward to it, Sammy. Looking forward to it. Alrighty, Nana. I'm not even gonna read that. BioLife says double cup and handle on the 3-minute chart. So what you're saying is a George W. Let's see this 3-minute chart here. I can't. Yeah, I do have 3-minute. Good old George W. with a handle. Casey, I can't put pictures on Discord. Can you fix it? You can't put pictures on Discord? I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. I can try. I think it may depend on where you're putting the pictures from. Like if you're just straight up trying to upload, it may be preventing from you uploading straight from your computer. What I would do is try this. Open up your snipping tool on your computer. So if you go, I don't know if you're posting from your computer or not, but just type in like your search bar on your computer, type snipping tool, and then just copy the picture that you've got that you want to post up there. Just copy it. Kind of like how you see me do here on sometimes. This is the snipping tool that you're seeing right now that I've got up here. You just hit new, and then you can just highlight whatever you want, and then it'll copy it, and then just do like a Control C on it on the page, and then hit a Control V in the Discord, and it should be able to paste it straight in there. And oh, you're doing it on the phone. Why you gotta make it so difficult? uh, okay, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. I'm not a Discord expert, unfortunately. There you go. Kathy's telling you right there. I'll watch the video, Junito. Hey, Captain, if nobody shows up, I will in about 15 minutes. No, yeah, in about 15 minutes. No. More than that. 20 minutes. 25 maybe. He had to grant the permissions? I don't know that I have. Well, it may be on my side, Nana. They might be right here. It might be something I have to fix from my side. Uh, See if your grandkids can't help you, and if they can't help you, I'll see if I can figure something out from my side. Or send me a direct message with the picture, and I'll post it for you. One of the two. Volume's starting to spike a little bit here, guys. We've got 132,000 shares here, the 104. So we got about 3 minutes in a row that we're about over 100,000 shares a minute. Price is at 1469, 1470. Monty, you're gonna have to change your name to another M name. Jay, I will. I'll do that. Yeah, I know. I know Thick Springfield. Man, why is there so many new Thicks? There's like a John Thick now a Thick Springfield. Thick, what is going on? Thick, I don't know if you're listening, but we got a bunch of Thicks in here now. What the heck is going on? Oh, was there a Thick Grimes too? What the heck is going on? Thick says I'm here and I don't like it. Something's going on in here, Thick. I think you've started something. You've got like a fan following or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I find it very unusual that there's people with the same exact capitalized spelling of your Thick. Thick says I'm muting all Thicks. No, that's not fair. Chris, you're not the first person to say that you got charged 30 something odd dollars for S&DL shares. There was actually somebody else that came in earlier that was saying the same thing. For your shares for the 10-to-1 reverse split, I complaining they told me they could liquidate my AMC shares if I didn't pay. We are getting close. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, Rick. Luke Thickwalker. That's so weird. Why would they be charging you $38 for a reverse split? I don't understand that. Hmm. Premium fees. Chris, if you don't mind me asking, is it a margin account? Captain Awesome says basically if your name is thick, but is not in blue with a wrench, you're diet thick. That's funny. I'm really kind of curious as to whether or not those are margin accounts or not. That would be my question. $14.72, guys. We hit a high of 14.76 for the day today. Actually, that may have not been a high. Let me see. 14.73. We've almost got a double top going on here. It's so weird. A $38 charge for a reverse split. Saint Monet's dad said, same thing happened to my sister on TD. She does not have a margin account. That is so weird. Cash. Okay. Wow. All right. Sounds like somebody needs some money. Monty says we're not in a recession. Prime Investor says I would call them again. This happened to my nephew and me, and we told them that we weren't aware of that these fees existed. They took them off with ease. Interesting. Yeah, I would call them and kind of pressure them a little bit into asking. I'd ask some questions. Try to see if you can't get to the root cause of why they're charging you the $38. And I know what you set up above, in terms of them saying a regular split is a fee, but reverse split carries the dollar charge. I would just I'd try to get more information out of them. Maybe press them to find out, like why or where in their terms of service that it requires that you to pay fees for something that's out of your control, such as a reverse split. That's not your fault. Javi, good to see you. Monty says this is the strongest economy in American history. Monty, Monty, you're getting really sarcastic, sir. They're a witch. Burn them. I didn't check. This is true, Monty. This is actually very, very true. But I'll tell you what is also true. The SPY is down 70 points since the beginning of this year. That's 10 points a month on average. Mount Saint Funk says Monty is correct. There is a way to really define a recession. It's very subjective. The old definition was created when around the Great Depression. It's more complex than GDP, many factors. Yeah, I agree. I understand that, but I mean, I think the thing is that we'll see. I think you'll see that in the future that they'll end up calling this a recession after all. That's just my opinion, though, and it's okay for us to disagree and still be friends. So, but on that note, guess what? Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest because tomorrow is the last day of trading for this week. We've got one last day and then you get to have a weekend. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and see a movie. You might want to see it on a Thursday night versus a Friday night. It's a little less people probably. You don't have to worry about sticking your fingers in that buttered popcorn and, worry about where your hands have been. But above all else, guys, don't have a good weekend or don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Bye.